in favor of the agenda as posted, please say aye. Students?
Aye.
Board members?
Aye.
That's 2050. And we will start with the facilities and capital assets update.
Great. This is annual update that we provide to you, and it's really an opportunity to showcase the community, but certainly for you as a board, all of the work that goes into the summer as we try to complete projects. But then also a reminder of the stuff that kind of continues on. Tony and the team are constantly trying to find areas to improve our facilities. And then also we added in utilization a couple years ago, just as a reminder. So I'm going to turn it over to Randy, who's been managing projects and working alongside our team.
Posted with the board agenda is a full update document that will be added as an appendix to that more very in-depth 23-24 long-range facilities plan that was done by Malim's office. But I've extracted pieces out of that and put it into a slideshow just so it's a little bit easier to talk to. So let's see if Andrews can keep up. So as Dr. Rendell mentioned, OE11 requires an annual update to the long-range facilities plan for the district, and this document does that. We always started by talking about bond projects, and let's get that out of the way first. We placed a $161 million bond on the ballot in April 25. Bond failed by 4%. And the district is working with Strategies 360 on a survey of community, and at this point don't have any recommendations about next steps on the bond.
No, I'll have some conversation for you about when you want to, or I'm going to propose a time of when Strategy 360 would come back and give you a presentation on their findings, but that'll be in my superintendent report.
So the real, I know we've spent a lot of time focusing on those bond projects in previous updates, but this update will focus more on the Cap Tech work that we accomplished over the summer, what's planned for next summer, and then talk about enrollment and utilization. So it's just a list of all the projects, Murray Waite. I'm going to talk more about that. Island Park, Lake Ridge, and West Mercer. We did the first round of furniture replacement at the high school, Washington State Code Buildings compliance, Department of Ecology stormwater facility management, which we need to do every year, and then we did that same band tower. So our biggest project of the year has been the Mary Waite Pool project, and we're not done. It's open again for students. It opened on 7th and has been really well received. But we have more to do. I want to start with the exterior of the building. We were able to get everything painted and cleaned up. We had some siding repair around the back side of the building. Siding repair we have left to do if the building is at the entrance. And with as many people as we have in and out of the building, we're going to hold that to a little bit quieter time. I think we're having 2 meets a week in the building. So, and the meets go from 3 in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night. It's actually 2 meets each night, so a total of 4 meets. There's a lot of people in and out of the building. Maybe the biggest change that you'll notice internally in the building is the photo on the bottom. If you remember when you used to walk into the Mary Waite Pool, there was an office that sort of sat between the front doors and the pool itself. And we were able to relocate that office, open that all up with storefront glass, and create a viewing area so that anybody can certainly stand there and view, but it creates a really wonderful place for ADA viewing of the pool. And if you remember, that was one of the King County grant requirements was this ADA, ADA accessibility in the building. And through this design build project and the architect that we worked with, they came up with a really creative argument. The other solution would have been to put one of those awful chair lifts up the stair rail and then build a big platform in the mezzanine. And so we were able to take all of those dollars and instead put it towards this much more graceful solution. And it really changes how you see the pool when you drive down Florida. It really changes your impression of the building when you walk in. Change to the next photo. In addition, we relocated that kind of reception desk, entry desk for them around to the side. We were able to create two new ADA restroom, and then that little sliding door that you see there creates 3 workspaces in the back that kind of replaces some of those workspaces that we took out. We went into both locker rooms. We replaced all the lockers with the phenolic, which is not, we had old rusty metal lockers in there. The phenolic is much more tolerant of the environment. All new toilet partitions, created actual ADA stalls, all new fixtures, both sinks and toilets throughout the building. What we have left to do, we can stay on that one for a minute. What we still have left to do is full acoustical panel treatment. If you remember, there used to be all those white acoustical panels hanging over the pool. We removed all of those. In November and early December, we'll have acoustic panels going up on the wall, so there's nothing hanging over the pool. We also did some epoxy flooring, and because of GOY and Miller Hayashi's really great management of the district as well, but great management of the budget and the use of this design build process, these are all things that we hoped if we saved enough money, we'd be able to do. So it's really a big deal to get those things done. There's a lot of little things like all the exit doors were replaced and all the hardware, and there's a lot of little things like that throughout the building. But it feels very refreshed, and by the time we get to the end of December, beginning of January, it's going to feel very refreshed. So pretty exciting.
Can I just jump in? As a former high school swimmer, where it looked the same, before this started, as it did when I was swimming there many hours a day and weeks and years. It looks phenomenal. And I went to a swim meet a couple weeks ago. I popped in and I was able to just pop in because that viewing area, like you really can see everything. And it was like, I was like, how is that going to work? How are you going to be able to see? But you really can in the way that, anyways, it's beautiful. And once again, on time, under budget. And I know it's not complete yet, but thank you for that.
We've not had a single change order.
Wow, that's.
The design build process is different than a low bid, right? A low bid is a lump sum, and this is a GMP or guaranteed maximum price. And so together with the architect and the contractor, we have managed this budget all the way through the project. And the acoustical panels, the additional flooring, the siding, all of these things were things that we held contingency money for. Didn't end up spending it or spending as much as we thought we might need to, and we're able to, repurpose, and we have permitted this stuff along the way. So I think we're down to our last $5,000 in the GMP contract in the budget, but that's great. We, King County generously kicked in $2 million, and we want to make sure we get every penny of that. So.
But kudos to you for your leadership through this process, and thank you once again for a great project, and it really does look great.
Well, it's been a team effort.
Yes.
And OCA has been a fantastic partner. Tony, as always, has been a fantastic partner. But it's been fun to do it all together instead of, the more contentious, low bid environment. And it just could have been such a disaster in this facility to have the wrong person. So it was really great. The other big project that we did this summer is we painted all 3 of the elementary schools, both inside and out. And logistically, you might imagine, all the furniture that had to be moved and teachers that had to pack up and unpack, and was quite the effort. I think they look similar to what they were. We didn't do anything radical in the change. There are things that we didn't paint, like gutters, and if there was metal on the building, most of that didn't get painted. We did paint the covered play area fascia panels at Island Park. But it's certainly a refresh for each one of those schools. Next slide. We also did graphics that went along with this package. So each of the elementaries have an exterior graphics package that's installed, and each one is meant to be, and these came very much from the staff and what the ethos is of the school. And they're all sort of set up so that kids can take their pictures in front of them, and you can be, one of the lion pack, or you can be an eagle, or you can be with your wolf pack. They're really special, and they really speak to the character of each of the schools. Inside the building, everything was painted and refreshed, but we also did some interior graphics. At Island Park and West Mercer, those interior graphics are still to come. They're what's called an Acroban panel, so it's real resistant to damage, but it's a very complicated process to print them. So these are the two murals that will go inside the school. One is right at the entry where that big tree used to be at Island Park, and then the other one you see as you look right down the hall. And then at the next school, this is West Mercer. And the architect just really did a beautiful job with these graphics. You can tell that the mountains at the bottom are actually the heads of wolves. Just really integrated in the spirit of each school. Those are still to come. And then the next one is the Lake Ridge Lions. And this, as you come in the door, you actually see this from outside under the covered play area. And then as you come into the school, this sits above the library. And they put all of their graphics into this one location. This one's installed and complete, and it looks fantastic. Another project we did over the summer was the first round of furniture replacement at the high school. Remember the Cap Tech budget had about $200,000 a year in for classroom furniture replacement, and this was the first round of it. You can see that they went to narrower tables that can be arranged in a whole bunch of different ways, chairs that are easy to move within the building. All of that furniture has a lifetime warranty, which they tell me very happy. Did a new teacher desk, which is just a very simple height adjustable desk that is more of a landing space than a big permanent desk in the office. It seems to be well received. It was all in, I think it was in like the end of July. It's all in and done, kind of surprising. And we have 2 more rounds of this to go. So we were able to do 12 classrooms plus a room at Crest this year. And I think next year, since we don't have any kind of selection process to go through, we can just duplicate what we did. We should be able to do maybe 12 classrooms, and then the following year we'll do the same. So pretty significant. Another big accomplishment, I had nothing to do with this, but I wanted to make sure that you knew about it, was Kathy from Tony's office has been working on the clean buildings compliance. And if you can't show that your buildings are compliant with the state law, which sets this energy use index for each one of them, then you have to undertake pretty major mechanical system revisions to the building, or you have to add solar panels, or you have to do something to get yourself compliant. And Kathy, through her energy conservation and her diligence in the audit, was able to get all of the older buildings certified with no capital dollar investment. So she saved the district tens of thousands of dollars. And this is just one of the letters that came on each of the 4 schools. So this is the 3 older elementary schools, the high school, and the old portion of IMS. Anything?
I was just gonna add, 2 things really kind of come to mind on that. One is, it's not only savings, because now we're not having to invest in those buildings, in those different pieces in the long term. But in pulling together some of the figures for legislative advocacy of MSOC dollars, the impact to our MSOC budgets would be even greater if it weren't for this work, which has actually decreased spending in some of our utilities. And so as we're talking to legislators, we're reminding them that we're fulfilling our obligation to this. And at the same time, it's still not enough, but we're working hard. We're doing our part on this, and thanks to the team who's been part of it.
Yeah, well, Kathy's done an amazing job with that, so kudos to her.
And I'm glad we clarified that it was the old portion of the middle school, because I was going to say that if it balanced or not when I read it, that it was the middle school compliant. So knowing that it's the older.
Yeah, I think it's buildings built after, I can't remember what the exact date is, the the new portion of the middle school and Northwood were both built in 2016, so it might have been like 2014 or something, any buildings after that, because the code is so restrictive, right, that they are forcing those buildings to be compliant through the code, but prior to that, they're trying to get all of those buildings to be efficient, and the fact she was able to accomplish it with conservation, although nobody is conservative like Mercer Island, so she did a great job. And is that good for 10 years?
Yes.
10 years. That's a big thing. Next year, our big projects plan, obviously we still have Mary Week to finish, and that will, close out for that, we go into 2026. But we need to paint the exterior brick and exterior stucco and seal the brick at Mercer Island High School. It's been 30 years since that was done. It hasn't been done since the original work, and it's from a asset preservation point of view, it's really important that we get in and take care of that stucco and brick. So that'll be a big project. As I mentioned earlier, we'll do part 2 of 3 of the classroom furniture replacement. And then we have pretty extensive water testing required at the schools and then our Department of Ecology, including maybe the goats this year. Not sure. The next part of the long-range facilities plan is about enrollment and demographics. And so if you think way back to 2022, the district engaged 2 demographers. The decision was to move forward from a long-range facilities plan perspective with the numbers of Davis demographics, and we used their version 2 information. And 2022 that's highlighted there is just the year that they provided that study. So that'll be a point of reference as we go through. Also wanted to update you on open enrollment. We always try and document this in the facilities update as well. So 35 students this year. And then next. So this is the interesting one. This is from a facilities perspective. It's not a budget perspective, it's a facilities perspective, right? And so we're trying to determine whether the numbers that we're using for those projections of what we need for capacity in the future are how those are comparing to what those projections were that we had. These are September's numbers, and I know that you've gotten some updated October numbers, and so I think we add a total of about 30 students to the numbers that you see here, but just for consistency's sake, we've always used the September numbers, so I stuck with those. So the highlighted column shows that Davis's projection was 1,614 kids in K-5, 859 in 6-8, and then 1341 and 912 for a total of 3814. And then below that is a comparison of what those actual September numbers were. So at the elementary level, the September numbers were tracking 92 kids below the projection. Middle school was 63 above, and 912 was 18 above for an adjusted total of 11 kids different than the demographic projection. And if we were to put the October numbers in there, we would be 20 kids higher than that projection.
There's a question.
Well, I guess like a few comments. I mean, one is that in the aggregate, not such a large difference, although, perhaps some of that is masked to a degree by open enrollment. But certainly this year, for the first time at the elementary school, and maybe it's just due to yearly volatility, but you start seeing some pretty significant divergences between the forecast and the actual, both with respect to being over on the middle school, but under on the elementary. And so I guess, I mean, my commentary is a few, is one, something to watch to see if those sort of differences persist or if it's just an abnormality for this year. And then 2, I mean, something that's been on the radar, I think, for a while of the board is perhaps about time, at least within the next year, for an update for demographics. Because now, I think we're getting on 2 years or so, and it becomes a little bit old. And I think 2 to 3 years is my recollection in terms of how good they're valid for.
Sorry, Deborah and Joe.
Kind of connected to that is just, you know, in seeing the data manipulation and drawing conclusions from numbers, in terms of, you know, we know birth rates going down and there's fewer young families moving to the island mostly based on availability of homes. I'm wondering if there's a way in a future demographic analysis, if there's a way to look at how many school-age kids are actually on the island versus, you know, so that like if our ultimate, I mean, it's just another data point of our ultimate pool is especially with this trend of blaming and shaming, just to know actually like what is our percentage of the public schools serving our Mercer Island kids, and is it, and we know that a lot of families, I mean, the birth rate on Mercer Island I think is low, and families move over time as they get older and have more needs, and so I just think that would be an interesting. I don't know at what point, you know, there's a census every 10 years. That's not really helpful right now. And I just didn't know if it could be part of that, because I think it would be really helpful to answer a lot of questions about what's happening in our schools. I mean, obviously we have to look at these numbers so we can plan for the future, but more for currently what's happening.
Brandy, does the open enrollment numbers, those are not reflected in the column, right?
So it's like they are, this
They
is
are.
full-time equivalent, and all of those open enrollment kids are included in the numbers.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I wholeheartedly agree with Deborah. I mean, I think that, you know, getting clarity as much as we can about what just the total numbers are, is pretty critical to give an insights into sort of what the unfolding dynamics are. So yeah, I agree 100%.
I wanted to add to that it's not just the birth rate though, because we do have this kind of unique pattern on Mercer Island where people tend to move here in time for kindergarten or in time for,
Well, that's
Yeah,
exactly what I'm saying,
yeah,
is that you
yeah,
can't, like,
no,
the demographers look at
Yeah.
birth rate,
Right.
and that's not
You have to
helpful
figure it
for
out.
us, because
Yeah.
most kids, I mean, unless there are multiple children in the family, at least first children, most are not born on the island,
Yeah.
or live on it.
living on the island. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
My question is, if these are FTE, is that as much information as you need to make plans in terms of facilities, or enough information for us to make plans in terms of facilities, since if you have like two half FTE kids, they might both need a locker, or they might both need some sort of, you know, they might have facilities needs that both need to be met, but they're only counted on here as one child total. Does that make sense? That's a more question for Brian.
We have the head count too
Yeah.
on that, and we're constantly looking at that. I think what we're doing is trying to find a common way to measure equivalent, you know, so that one wasn't counting head count, one FTE, but we have that as well.
Okay.
So, you know, in elementary, the head count and FTE are pretty close.
Yeah.
Middle school is about the same too. High school is where you see that variance.
But even there, you know, if you look at like the revenue center numbers and those things that affect the FTE, it's not so many kids, are no lockers, I'm sure there are other things,
Yeah.
right? But it's not so many kids to.
It doesn't make a big impact on
Yeah.
chairs,
Yeah.
in building or something like that, so, yeah. It's somebody else, I saw like movement.
No.
Just
Okay.
Our team has started putting together the survey that we send out and work with all of the private schools, 360 around the island. That's part of that December report that you receive, where we give you the best idea that we have about how many students are in this zip code attending private schools. It is incumbent upon the private schools to answer that survey, but we have a much broader reach than we've had before. And we've done some things to try to make it easier on the private schools to respond, which is helping us to get a sense of private school students who are eligible for school, but choosing something else.
Yeah, and it's helpful. I mean, it's a data point, but I think in the past, like maybe about 50% of schools have responded, and that's just schools within the region. So it's far from a complete picture. And I guess the question is, I understand it from Deborah, which I, again, wholeheartedly support, that there's any additional data that demographers can provide. that is sort of like both the census data, but hopefully something that's more, contemporary, like current. So it's not just those intermittent decade, and if so, that would be very valuable, I think.
The next thing I want to talk about, and we updated this plan, is the capacity and utilization. So this is a table from that 23-24, really in-depth Malin facilities plan. And it shows that, what our capacity is at each of the 4 elementary schools. It shows what our portable or modular classroom capacity is added on top of that. So you can see Island Park's 466, the other 3 elementary schools are 514. And then Islander Middle School, as it sits today, right, with the new building and the 100, 200, and 300 building has a capacity of 1,296 students. And Mercer Island High School and Crest combined have a capacity of 1606.
Just one quick comment on that. I mean, I think one of these we remarked upon before, but it's sort of different in our district than what we've seen in perhaps adjacent districts. Like in the Bellevue, is that all the elementary schools are, like roughly at capacity, right? With room, but they're not vacant. Whereas like in the Bellevue school district, certain elementary schools were down to like 50% capacity.
Yeah, and I have it.
And there, it's pretty clear that perhaps in the long term, and that's sort of the questions about demographics, there is going to be a slow but steady decline, and so like we won't feel it suddenly. But I just the comment that there hasn't been any precipitous declines in any one school, as there have been in other elementary schools in the region, which I think, begins a separate conversation of what's sustainable when you're at 50% and you have vacant schools, but we don't have that right now.
This is just a kind of a description for you about how we calculate exactly what it is you're talking about, which is the utilization of the capacity that we have. So for an elementary school, the target is 100% utilization. For the middle school, we want to use it 5 out of the 6 periods of the day, and for the high school, we want to use an average of 5.8 out of the 7 periods a day. We calculate elementary based on the number of classrooms being used, and we calculate middle and high school based on the number of periods that are being taught versus the number of periods that are available within the building. The next slide. So the long-range facilities plan, again, the very in-depth work that Malin did, assigned that planning capacity to each of those schools, that allocated general classrooms at Island Park of 19 and 21 at the other schools. At Islander, there's 354 available periods a day, or 83% utilization. At the high school, 490 periods a day. So this year's usage, at Island Park, we're using 17 of the 19 classrooms, which is 89.5. And, Director Bros, this is exactly what you were referring to. We're at, 85, 90, and 85%. At the middle school, we are at 59.3% of the capacity of that building. That's in great part because we have excess space due to the 100, 200, and 300. In the bond, we talked about building less square footage back on the site than we have now. And then at the high school, you can see that's down to 74.
If the bond had passed and the middle school had been completed, do you know roughly what the utilization would have been?
I would have to go back and calculate that, but I think we were 20,000 square feet less, or it was a pretty significant reduction both in square footage and number of classrooms. I think last year, last year you also asked about, this is a really strict utilization, right? This means that music has a classroom, but art's on a cart. What would be maxing out the building be? And you asked for us to look at kind of an alternative planning metric, which is if we backed off of that just a little bit and we gave art a classroom. Next slide. What that metric would be for the elementaries. It doesn't apply to the middle school or high school. But if you use that alternate planning capacity, you give an extra room, I think it's an extra room to special ed and a dedicated art room. You can see to the right kind of where we fall with that. With Island Park and West Mercer being right at capacity, and the other two being just a little bit below. And also remember, we have 4 portable classrooms at each site, 4 at the 3 older elementaries and 2 at Northwood, and none of those are being used as classrooms, right? None of that is counted in this.
And I think Lake Ridge and West Mercer, it's the current configuration of 2 classrooms for music in that calculation as well, if I recall. So it's dedicated to the 2 classrooms or just the
1, it's special ed with 2.
Okay.
In the base, special ed gets 1, but in the alternate, special ed gets 2.
Judy?
So on the slide, table 6, when they're talking about like, no, that's not right, table 5. The optimal utilization of the class at school, so like for middle school or high school, because kids are walking around and going to different classrooms, it's not like 100% like it is in the elementary schools, right?
Right.
So what would it be? Like, I mean, is it, or can you ballpark or?
Well, I don't think it's not physically possible to run a school and utilize, in the middle school and high school level, and utilize them at 100%.
Right, that's not what we're shooting for the way you would, you know?
No, and it's not, I mean, it's just not the norm. So for example, at the middle school, we don't have teacher offices or places for teachers to land, right? So the calculation assumes that it's a 6-period day. The teacher teaches 5 of those periods a day and has their room for their planning period. At the high school, the utilization is a little bit higher of the spaces, but there's also a lot of specialized spaces. So I would have to have Jennifer at Malum really dive into this with you if you wanted to get into the nitty-gritty, yeah. But we spent a lot of time determining what that utilization should be and comparing it to other districts and making sure it was a standard. So, I mean, I think at the long-range planning metric, if you were truly utilizing all those spaces at their target, the schools would feel full.
Yeah.
It would feel full. You know, you would be using the portables, whether it would be for an art classroom, or you might choose to move the classroom out there, keep art in the building, but you would be utilizing everything and you would feel full. And I think the alternate metric for the elementaries makes it feel comfortable.
Quick questions about the portables. If they're not being used for just aesthetics, is there a reason like to keep them on the property and not to remove them? Or I mean, what's the sort of the thinking on portables?
I think, you know, when we finished Northwood, we very intentionally went through and picked out the best of all the modular buildings that we had and specifically put, you know, 2 doubles, 4 classrooms at each.
Oh. Yeah.
They provide.
But those are, I mean, are those the ones that were being referred to, the ones that, the next ones in Northwood?
And the new one at Northwood. So half of, Northwood only has 2 classrooms available to it because half of that is the transition program. But, you know, they're used by after-school care at Northwood. I think the other elementaries
They use them as breakouts, so they're not dedicated spaces, but they do them for intervention spaces. In some of them, I think we do have some storage that we're not having for
innovation out of there.
innovation learning before and after school care. So it's used for other things, just
Okay,
not
so-
dedicated
And
spaces.
we own all those.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It would only cost you money to get rid of them.
yeah,
OTPT?
yeah.
Yeah, therapy one.
And then I think the last slide in this presentation is just, you know, we're sort of tracking that head count by school, so you can see those changes. And there's a story behind all of these. There's high cap at Lake Ridge and, you know, some of the things that drive those, but just documented that in the plan so that we're tracking them. Anything, Dr. Limbo, you want to add to that?
No, we do have some decisions ahead of us in terms of long-range facility planning and demographic studies that I think will be coming as we start rolling into the spring and beyond. But a lot of great work happening in and around our schools, continuing to preserve the buildings and maintain them with the resources that we have. And then in the instance of a Mary Way Pool or others, reaching out for other dollars and trying to make them better.
I'm excited I haven't seen the Rebound Pool yet, and the last time I was there was like 8 years ago, so.
But we've really had to like hold everybody back from having some giant party and celebration and ask that they wait until January when we
yeah.
really finish, because it will be very impactful. But people are excited about it, so. The big splash is coming in.
The big splash next. Deborah, yeah.
Yeah, just thank you for all of this. I think the stat of the where we're at, the state of our buildings, I think is good and strong. And thank you for all of the work and your team. I would just urge, as I will not be a part of it, at least a formal part of it, and as I'm watching those elementary numbers get kind of there, it seems like we're pretty stable now with the elementary numbers, and that we know the sweet spot for elementary schools was 450 to 600, and for a variety of reasons. And I'm just would love to, this, and I'm just saying that I would love to see those conversations starting sooner rather than later, so that long-term planning can be as educated, based on as educated decisions as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks very
Sorry.
We have budgeting and financial planning, EPNO levy considerations and discussion.
Great.
And we have like 35 minutes for this.
Excellent. I'm gonna join Matt over here because we're gonna kind of this together requires Matt working with our outside attorneys, working with our financial folks, putting it all together. But fortunately, Matt has a lot of background with this, and so we've been rolling right along. So we want to just take you back through the presentation and have a conversation now. We can certainly have more conversation when we get to the agenda item for the first reading of your resolution, but we wanted to just allow for a study session to be able to talk a little bit about it. So if we go ahead and launch into our presentation here, especially when we're talking about numbers, I always lean on Matt, who's got a great grasp of all of these. So start us off.
As Superintendent Rundle said, this is kind of a re-review, if you will, from the June PowerPoint presentation that we walked through on June 16th. Just kind of an EP&O, if you will, 101. Kind of refresher. As you know, back in 2019, the legislature decided, in all of their great wisdom, to put a levy cap in place. This was based on the calculation of the lesser of $250 per 1,000 assessed valuation versus $2,500 per pupil FTE. We, as Mercer Island School District, obviously have a large AV in comparison to our student population, so we would always and are continually be hit by the $2,500 per student FTE calculation, which is the lesser of the two. Thankfully, over the years, at least the legislature has made some adjustments. In this case, they adjusted for inflation back in 2019, and then in 2025, most recently, as we start to ramp up a little bit. Now we see about $32.47 per student FTE that we're calculating our EP&O levy off of. Next slide.
When we're thinking about our EP&O levy, one of the things that we, it shows up in some of our briefs as one big statement, and I think sometimes what gets lost is all of the things that are actually funded. And so we kind of broke it up into staff, programs, operations, and materials in hopes that people can kind of see a little bit more of, what all goes into this. As I've been reminded by Matt and trying to remind others, not passing a bond is one thing, not passing an EP&O levy in the state of Washington is a completely different game changer. And so as we're thinking and talking to our community, just thinking about the things that oftentimes make our district unique and special, and the backbone of that is the EP&O levy, and then it's the support from all of our families. So as you can see the sampling on here, there's two ways to look at it. One is here's all the things that do happen with it, and then the other way is if we don't have an EP&O levy, what can't we do? And these are some of the things that are happening right now. Class size, I want to kind of touch on just a little bit right now. As I've been talking in and around the region with other superintendents with budget cuts, they're seeing class sizes upwards of 37 in the high schools for a lot of the classes, and ours are lower than that, both contractually and from a funding perspective, but our elementary classes in particular are much smaller. We're able to try to keep some of those down through a variety of measures, but EP&O is
And just to clarify, like the staff portion, for example, the state will fund at like 0.2, and with this, we're able to point at 0.8 to have a nursing school, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, the term we use is prototypical school funding.
Yes, clarifying where
Yes.
those, that matters.
It's kind of like that. We've talked about the state kind of covers 2/3 of the positions, and then the rest of the third, where does it come from? And this is a big part of that. So that's a great example.
All right, how much does MISD collect for local taxpayers to fund schools? We looked at this kind of three parts of your tax bill, if you will. Obviously, we have the state school tax, and to be more granular, I don't want to get too much into it, but there's some clearing part one and clearing part two that equate to, we have the 2024 rates up there, but for 2025, which we presented back, I think, March in regard to the budget, it's about $2.25 for the state side. Then we have our bond or debt service from our bonds that we have to pay off that will will cure in 2029 or 2030. Will be about 44 cents. And then we have our levies, our EP&O at about 57 cents. That's generates about 12 million. We have a ceiling on that. And our cap tech levy at about 38 cents. About roughly around 8 million is generated through that.
One of the things in our, question. One of the things, that people don't always realize is that most districts do have EP&O levy. There's just a handful that do not, and they tend to, as we've discussed, tend to be more rural districts or places where they're not going to pass that levy, and that's where LEA comes into it. But it really is something that is commonplace in and around the state of Washington. Matt's going to get into a little bit more, but the limited amount, the max you can ask for is a 4-year levy, but this one is on simple majority, unlike the bond.
Question, is there any peer districts in the area, North Shore, Lake Washington, Issaquah, Bellevue, that do not run the full sort of capacity, at least do not intentionally not run the full capacity for LEA, with the understanding that maybe inadvertently, because of inflation, like hit a lower cap?
And Matt's going to hit that. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and hit the next slide. Everyone's that in there. We looked at that question, looked at a few other aspects of that. There's 35 districts in our ESD in this Puget Sound region. All 35 have EP&O levies. 31 of them have 4 years, 3 have 3 years, 1 has 2 years. And to answer your question, Director Glowitz, I think it was 24 of them are at capacity in that EP&O levy. And then you get into the conversation of why don't they? There's declining enrollment, or there's AV that increases, et cetera. So,
but at least you're not aware that the neighboring school districts are running at anything below like their full capacity.
Now, Issaquah did about 6 years ago. They ran a 2-year with a little lower because they were kind of concerned about some of their, but then they went back to a 4 and went back to the maximum, I think is what your counter director mentioned. Is that right?
yes. And then I did a little bit deeper dig. I looked at those too. I looked at the 3 that have 3-year levies. Seattle, Canton Peninsula have 3. I spoke with Peninsula. They did a 3-year this time to match up with their cap techs. They both run those at the same time next time around. And then Tahoma School District has a 2-year. And that's because they ran into some problems. They had to terminate a superintendent. There was also a few lawsuits. The politics of it, they said, let's just do 2. We'll come back, and in February, they're doing 4. That helps frame the picture.
Keep rolling.
Sure. This is a similar slide from the June. We took a look back at our levy history, the 2015, 2018, 4-year percent passed, the 2019, 2022. That's when the levy lid era hit in 2019. You can see the amounts there. And our current EP&O levy, where we put a $12 million ceiling on ourselves, 2023 through 2026.
And can I ask why was the reasoning behind putting the ceiling, or?
Yeah, that would,
Yeah, I think at the time, I think we thought that that would cover us, that would provide the buffer that we needed. 2 things that kind of came about. One is our enrollment did not continue to drop off as drastically as it had during that COVID piece. We actually saw an increase coming back. So enrollment came back, then inflation, and those inflationary adjustments. There was 1 year, I think, where there was a 3.9% increase, and so it just wasn't allocating for those. What Matt shared with me right away when he first joined the district is he said, you know, whenever he's doing levies, he always tries to ratchet up year after year rather than ever setting one particular flat space, is always kind of stair step it up. That way you can have a little bit more flexibility. So that'll be our approach this time.
and there's constant changes, you know, as we noted in this presentation, the one in June. Like Superintendent Rundle mentioned, there's the inflation, there's now they've had the House Bill 2049, 500 more per pupil FTE. They, in 2019, adjusted $1.50 per AV to $2.50, so they're constantly tinkering with the EP&O levy. We want to be aware and agile to kind of capture that revenue as it comes or the changes happen to us. And as our enrollment starts to drop, we'll probably never hit that ceiling, knock on wood, but we want to be, like I said, as agile as possible.
And I just want to point out that, you know, I was part of that decision based on the advice we got, and, you know, it was new after McCleary. So, you know, unfortunately, it means we left about $2 million on the table, 2 point something for this year at least, or almost 2.
No, I thought.
No,
No, it was
much smaller. The 2 million is only because of the $500 increase that hopefully is
No, I
coming.
thought-
So we're only leaving 750. I don't know what's the exact.
In 2025, we'll see about almost 700,000.
Okay, I don't remember what chart I was looking at, but my point is that while the district isn't getting it, the taxpayers aren't paying it. So, you know, I mean, in terms of, yeah, it was a miss and we're learning for the future, but, you know, districts have to tighten its belt more. It's the taxpayers aren't. It's not like there's a misuse of funds from that we're collecting things that we're not using or anything like that. That's the point I'm trying to make.
And in previous years, I think it was much less.
Yeah.
I think there was.
This is-
one
yeah,
where,
this
like,
was
was by far the largest,
Yes.
whether it was.
In 2024 is like over 200,000.
Right.
Right.
I don't remember.
And make no mistake, OSBI working with the King County Assessor, we even said, 30 million cap tech. They're going to reduce it to the lesser rate that the legislature sets. So,
But it becomes obviously an optics issue.
Yeah, for sure.
You bet.
This is just a look at, we always operate in our calendar year, our September through August. Obviously, the assessor King County, and they operate in the regular tax calendar year, January to December.
So, as we were talking in the last legislative session, and that's where that $2 million figure is going to come in, Director Lurie, is when the legislature in the last session raised the amount by 500 in House Bill 2049. That's going to start in this coming calendar year. So that's going to start. Back one slide.
And so you can see the 2026, we will have a ceiling of 12 million. With that 500 per pupil, we could have received, this is an estimate, mind you, about 14.7 million.
That-
Right. Thank you.
So, because it takes place in 2026,
Like if
so
we
it's a
could have
combined-
run it this year and collected more, but we
Yeah.
chose not to, and, right, okay.
Yeah, and there was only one district that I'm aware of that ran what is oftentimes called a bridge, and that was Shoreline. They ran a bridge in August, they passed it, and so they're going to collect in 2026 that full amount. So it's really the 2026 year, that will be the year where we miss out on the most because of House Bill 2049.
So question on House Bill 2049. So my understanding is the 500 for districts like ourselves, there was sort of a comparable for districts that were in LEA where they essentially got the $500, but unlike our situation where taxpayers are paying for that, that comes from the state, the collective taxpayers. So it seems like it's across the board $500 increase rather than a like we're not relatively paying our teachers anymore. And so the overall effect of this is basically to lower the regionalization amount by increasing funding to certain districts and then allowing other districts to ask their own taxpayers for money.
I'll have to look into it again because there was quite a bit of consternation at the end because a lot of the LEA districts felt left out. So I don't think that they did get the full 500 in this House bill. I have to go back and look at it, Director Glow. I kind of stopped paying attention once the 500 was for us, so I can look back into that.
But yeah, like I do think that essentially it became, in the relative scheme of things, a wash other than we pay our own freight and other districts have the state pay that.
Yeah, it definitely can look at it that way. The other one though is, it doesn't all go to compensation. So it's not always $500 that we're all going up for compensation. It could be for programs and whatnot too. That's the only thing I would add to that.
All right, so our proposed EP&O levy obviously is through 2027 to 2030. This is very similar to the slide back in June, though the bottom part is some of the questions that you all asked regarding tax implications for individual property owner. So you look at the bottom, we have an estimated EP&O rate increase of 15 cents per 1,000. And then I think 2 or 3 of the questions that I tried to answer there from June is compared to the current EP&O levy amount, we've got a 27% increase at 15 cents. And then compared to all of our local school taxes, about 15%. And then compared to the entire tax bill, about a 3% increase.
The 2 things that aren't on here that we'll add on for the public viewed one, I think I accidentally deleted that part, is it's $150 per million of assessed value or $330 for a $2.2 million home. So those are 2 other figures that I know we have talked about over time in terms of what that would look like.
And the next slide, I just wanted to provide you with the final 3 years of proposed levy, 28, 29, and 30, what those rates would look like. But based on what we know in regard to enrollment and what the legislature has done as we stand here, those rates then based on what we're looking for the levy authority, the 16, 17, 18, and $19 million ceiling.
And what are those enrollment assumptions and inflation assumptions that are used to calculate the numbers that, the 16.699 million, the 17.512, et cetera?
We were looking around 3850 to 3830 on those as an estimate roughly. On the inflation, I want to say around 3 to 5%, but that changes quickly and drastically.
And for the 3850, how does that compare to the Davis demographics?
Well, it's a little higher than the current Davis demographics, and I think that speaks to your comment before, which is needing to do a different one. It's hard here. We spent many meetings kind of going back and forth on what's the right number. Keeping in mind, I think of what you're picking up on is we may never achieve any of those dollars there. In fact, it could go down if we saw a drop and the legislature didn't do something in a year. We just wouldn't be able to collect as much. So it's asking for authority versus asking for a direct amount.
No, I think the questions is, looking at sort of the landscape, I think there's a feeling that we'd probably be harming ourselves even if there's questions about sort of the overall funding environment by not seeking the full levy amount. But then separately, if we're building in excess capacity because that, there's certain assumptions regarding open enrollment that might not be supported by the whole community, or at least particularly when it comes to an EP&O levy. So I think, some perhaps like sort of clarity of what those assumptions are for open enrollment, and then also the inflation assumptions, perhaps like the historical record. But I think there'll be questions less about the absolute amount than perhaps other questions that come into play that people have questions over.
Sure.
I just want to clarify what he asked before. I knew actually where to find the bill really quick. So the LEA was increased only by $150 extra. So, and we have 500. So, and I think that probably the reasoning, and I'm assuming that it is because it is dependent on the overall budget of the state. So they could not increase it to the selected amount, which increases the discomfort of those districts that could not raise that LEA. So thank you. You're welcome.
Director Onzu, thank you. And then the recommended timeline, February 10th election. First reading will obviously be tonight at 5 o'clock. We'll have Lee Marchese from Foster Garvey here to walk you through that and answer questions. And then the second reading, the 23rd, with adoption. And then we need to get it into King County by early December at that point. Well, there you go.
And that's just another overview of the same thing. Questions or discussion you want to have?
I'm sure you appreciated our discussion. What percentage of our district budget is the EP&O, did you say?
About 16%. Yeah,
And then if you add the
Cap Tech,
Tech, it gets above 20%.
about 26%. The two are right.
So the last time that this was run, I forgot, I don't know if you just said the percentage of passed by voters was what?
73.
2022.
Yeah, the three past levies are on there with their percentage of passage.
I know I was here.
I think sometimes, and that can be hard for voters, and it's something to kind of explain, we're asking in February, but it doesn't take effect till 2027. And so it's always just trying to make sure you don't have a lapse. But that can be kind of confusing too, because people say, oh, I remember passing this in 2022. Why doesn't this start till 2027 if it's a 4-year levy? It's because it doesn't take effect till the following year.
And I think it's also beneficial here, maybe, I don't know if that was some of the things that I had for the resolution, that also you're collecting by calendar year, but at the same time we run in a school year. So that also, it will start in 2027, but it's for that calendar year, 26, 27.
Right.
So it has different implications for us, but yes.
It makes things challenging in those bridge years, I know, on the finance side, because you're going to get one amount in October and then a different amount on a different one in 2020 in that following April, but it's within one school year,
Yes.
but it's spanning.
I think that the first year is the
Yep.
most challenging one, but after that, yes.
Anything Lucy or Brody?
I just want to say, I mean, this obviously seems so important for our school. I know some of these students are really, at least the high school, super attached to the 7-period day. Like, it allows for so many programs and different amazing things that we get to do. And so grateful that we can have this levy, and I really hope that we can do even more in the future with it.
And I will say, I will add that I think that Deborah and I have had a few conversations lately with nearby districts that have had to either cut music or the 7th period and having, and I think that I hear the students here how beneficial it is that they have that flexibility to either fulfill their request for graduation or have that rest. And of course, band, music programs, enrichment, it just adds to the overall education, without talking about how much grades and nurses, the counselor, blah, blah. So I this is, oh, yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, that's it, right? We're gonna take a break now until
We can-
there's something else. Yeah, no, we can't start the meeting early, right? No, we can't start the meeting early because we have the Schools Foundation coming for recognition and then like the other people were just planning to come.
Yeah,
like
like
at
5.
5:30, so yeah, unless you wanted to. We could do like,
I can do superintendent update.
yeah, why don't we do that?
Yeah,
And
there's
then
no-
take a break, because otherwise we're gonna have like a half hour. What's that?
No rule against it, right?
Even when this is how it was noticed?
My update isn't part, there's no voting, there's nothing on that. You could do like updates and those things. It's fine.
Let's do that, yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Thanks, yeah, it's like, I'll just
And I'll
quietly
be very
slink
honest.
away here.
Watch out,
No, no, but it's
he's
not.
coming back.
Yep, when we're gonna have people come for the pro-con on the, well, actually, we probably only need 2, but.
We only need 2 because we have like 2 people for PTA.
One
One person for PTA,
pro and,
2 pro and then
oh,
one
and
is
then
on Zoom.
online. Yeah.
So, yeah, we figure it out.
All right. 1 second. Andrews, I'm gonna join the meeting, then I can share screen on mine.
Absolutely. As long as you know.
I don't even see superintendent report on the agenda.
It's down there, reports and
Ah.
Was that? I was in the store, just getting these mini chips that are all shaped and colored. They're so.
What?
Tortilla chips that are shaped like fall.
Oh, that's cool. Kids know the types of small, simple pleasures.
Sadly, the person is too hard.
Good.
There's just some that are made out of the aside that are terrible like this.
I think that.
It's hard work.
It's hard work.
All right. So, want to provide you with an enrollment update. I gave you one in September, and that's really based off of some good numbers, but it's not that October 1 count date number. And so I wanted to give you some more updates here. The good news, and this is what we had predicted as well, is that larger number of what our difference was between our budgeted FTE and final FTE was much smaller, and we tend to pick up kids. So as you saw in Brandy's presentation, kind of where we are, around 1,530 elementary students, 922 middle school students, and then 1,373. Again, this is FTE for a total of 3,825. I too kind of globbed onto what you had started to discuss as a board a little bit with Brandy, and that is the point that our middle school, though we dropped from last year, that's still well above what Davis was predicting. And it's really that elementary that is the one that's under what Davis was predicting for that. And you'll see where that kind of shows up a little bit more. Just historically, looking at the last couple of years, looking at the elementary numbers from left to right, the middle school numbers left to right, and then the high school left to right. You can see that that high school number is the one that's kind of stayed the most consistent, especially year over year from last year. And that's those, those 330 to 350, 60 size classes continuing to go through our system. What you're seeing for the middle school, and I'll talk a little bit more about it, is for the first time, we're starting to see those under 300 classes coming out of the elementaries getting into the middle school. So again, similar to what you saw before, where were we lining up historically with the Davis version 2 projections? And you can see we were well under that in 22-23. And then we started kind of closing that gap. Then last year, we actually were over what the prediction was, and now we're just slightly over with that. For open enrollment, only one change to the numbers that I gave Brandy, because they do change as we true up all the numbers. We have 69 students who are here through open enrollment who are not staff member or city children. And ironically, we have 69 staff children and city children who are here. So it's 1.8% of our total student population that is here for open enrollment from city or staff, and 1.8% from open enrollment in general. And then this kind of shows you how those numbers add up. So what are we noticing in elementary? Last year, we had a delta between the senior class and the incoming kindergarten class of 138. And this year, we had a smaller kindergarten class. So we have a delta of 163 compared to last year's seniors. We had 32 fewer kindergartners this year. What's interesting is the second graders, that's a small class. The first grade went up, and now we came back down for this class. We're not sure whether or not that has to do with some redshirting and when are people holding your students back for that extra year of preschool, and are we going to see an increase again? So we'll be talking to our preschool colleagues through MIPA, trying to get a sense of how many students do we think might be coming next year. The good news is we still picked up, even with that larger kindergarten class last year, when they rolled up to be first graders, we still picked up 20 more students, and that's our typical increase. But this is a number that I think we've started talking about already with our principals and our system, and that is even last year, when you take that second grade class that was fairly large, that went to third grade this year, you had 726 K2 students last year, and we're at 657 K2 students this year. So we start to really see a stair step between numbers of students in K2 versus 3-5 versus 6-8, and then 9-12. At the secondary level, as I just alluded to, we have two classes at the middle school under 300 for the first time, at least in my time in the district. At the high school, they're slightly down in FTE. That 8th grade class is about 340, but the 7th grade class coming in behind them is going to be where the high school starts to see some of that drop off. Attracting and retaining is really important, and we talk about that on the staff side, but it's really important on the student side as well. So these numbers are a little bit confusing, but let me try to walk you through why they're important. In 24-25, we had an average of about 3,898 students throughout the year. This year, if things hold, we'll have 3,825, so that's just the straight difference of 73 fewer students in our system this year. If you think about that 163 that we lost, that means we did gain some students back too. So we are enrolling new families. We have new family night next week. And Ian, how many invitations did we send out this year for new families?
469.
469. That includes kindergarten in that number, but we continue to get new families as well. And then finally, that 3,898, when you subtract out that 163, that would be that enrollment if it weren't for those new students. Director Williams?
Yeah, but I mean, historically, over the last 20 years, and I think this is, we talk about this a lot. I mean, the gap is, I think, roughly 105 students between kindergarten and the graduating class.
Yep.
So, I mean, we're now falling behind that historical average. But given the demographics, I would say for someone tuning in, it's a bit confusing to just look at the numbers between kindergarten and graduating class, because I think one makes leaps to conclusions that aren't really valid.
Well, I didn't put in the slide that I had last year, and I'll update that probably once we get into November and we have even more of some data there. But that graph that I showed last year kind of showed that difference used to be around 105 or so. As that difference increases, that's where we're starting to see. And then we're also looking at what's happening between kindergarten and first grade, and then where are we picking up students as well. So your point isn't without merit on that, but the difference is much greater in that. I think that's a big component of what we're looking at.
I mean, to me, like, more important on the kindergarten isn't the delta between kindergarten and senior year. It's what's the change from one year to the next? Like, I mean, do we see a decline? And then to Deborah's point, I mean, what would be really helpful is to the extent we can get accurate, current, hopefully, information. It's just what's the total pool of potential students we're looking at in our community.
Sure. We can also start looking at our student identities and belonging and starting to pull some numbers here. So wanted to kind of give you a sense of, what are we seeing? We have a pretty even gender split between males and females, and then another smaller percentage of students identify as non-binary. For race and ethnicity on the federal side, you can kind of take a look. We've continued that trend of, for the third year in a row, where white students are under 50%, which is new for us, and we continue to see gains in Asian students. We're also seeing a small change in Hispanic Latino students. Two or more races has interestingly stayed fairly similar. But this bottom piece, I think, really paints the picture of who our students truly are. When you take a look at the state demographics, so the state allows families to choose from a much broader spectrum than the ones offered by the federal race categories. And we have over 100 different races or ethnicities that our families are reporting. And if you take a look at kind of the different combinations and the ways that families are identifying themselves, we have 2,039 different identities in our elementary. Islander Middle School, 1,178, and at the high school, 1,802. So we have families who are, when you look at that two or more races, what is that? You see some really true definitions of who our students are, with 5,039 different ways that they're identifying, which I think tells a really important story when we start talking about belonging and who our community is. How do we outreach? How do we provide services and information in different languages? So those are kind of our updates on enrollment of where we stand right now. Questions?
Sorry, you said this. Are Hispanic/Latino numbers going up?
Up slightly.
Just a little?
Yep.
Any questions? Then I would say we should in fact recess.
Great.
Until 5 o'clock. So take a break, everybody.
There's something with this.
Where we actually recorded it here.
Okay. Back in session.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to start out with recognition of the Mercer Island Schools Fund. Would you come up? And I got to see if you want me to come up.
Yeah.
Do you want us to sit?
Sure.
Yeah.
Every year it's a
Make
little
yourself
different.
at home.
And let me,
Okay.
yeah, you grab that. We just want to let you guys know we're so excited to be here and again present a big check, symbolic big check. We had a really good year last year. We rolled into the fall event that we got rid of our phone-a-thon. I think that was a popular opinion. And we rolled into our fall event and that was super successful. We raised almost $200,000 that night. Our focus last year was on educating, my focus was on educating new families, existing families, and reminding them how we're different than PTA, but also the why, who, what, why the foundation exists. And so that was, we had a really, really successful fall campaign, raising more than I think we've ever historically raised, and that was, about $650,000 between September and December. Our Breakfast of Champions last year grew, I'm just giving a little bit of last year, but grew from, I think we were down in the 400. We grew to 550 last year, and before COVID, we were at about 600 standing room only, and I hope that this year we can do that. We have a pretty strong board who is very interconnected with the community, and I think that will help. We had some extraordinary gifts last year. We had a $100,000 gift that was unexpected. We had a couple $25,000 gifts and a $40,000 gift. And when I counted up our 10,000 or more gifts, we had 18, which is a record. So people are giving big, and it was a good year. And we're very happy to be here and present you with the check. And the check this year is for $952,000, $815.25.
You're on your second year as being the chair of the board president.
Yep.
And so, I know that the team that the two of you have made, just seeing you work together, to see some of the new folks you brought on to the board. They had a meeting this morning of their monthly board meetings, and we had a great night on Saturday night. I was sharing with the group that I missed last year because of Parents Weekend, but surpassed my expectations of exactly what it would be, and just a fantastic way, not only for raising money for the schools, but building community, and I think that's important as well. So,
Especially with our younger families, it was a lot of elementary, and they're hard to get, so that was fantastic.
Yeah, we're super proud of the work that we did last year. It is all about our community coming together and understanding why we need to give. I think the messaging has gotten really strong, and we are working with, I think, with our PTAs, because we're trying to make sure people understand why you give to both. And yeah, we're just very excited to be able to share this moment and give the funds. Yeah. Thank you.
and do you want to do comments now, or do you want to do picture and then comments? How do you want to do it?
Comments now?
Great.
Comments?
I'll go first. Thank you. There's often a lot of wondering of why do we give all this money to different places? And, the foundation really has stepped up historically and continues to help make our community what it is. And without the hard work and, asking for money, is some people love it and some people don't. It's challenging, and as we go through cycles. So it makes such a huge difference, I know, to our students and our staff, and it just makes our community that much better. The Denims and Diamond, the event, it's just fun. And I love that it is attracting the younger families. I feel really old when I'm there, but I love that it's attracting the younger families, because it's just a way to welcome people into the community and kind of show them what we're all about. And so just thank you for all of your hard work and doing the right thing. And I don't know why there's ever a negative thing to say about the foundation, because most school districts have a foundation where there's nonprofits so that you can raise funds to give those extras, and that's exactly what you guys do. So thanks for all your work, it's really appreciated.
Thank you.
I could not say better than what she has said. This year I missed, I had a previous commitment, so.
We missed you too.
I know, right? But I can only pull my tricks. I can only show every other year, I guess. And this year I had a previous commitment. It really, so it's good. But thank you for, I know that your impact shows at every level of the schools. And I know that the kids enjoy the opportunity of those, the different scholarship that you bring to teachers, programs. It really makes a difference.
Ditto, thanks.
I had a good time at the Sunday as well. It was lots of fun. A lot of phones directed to the baseball game at our table. We have our priorities. I can't say enough good things about the work the foundation does in the district. I mean, our students are having so much of a richer educational experience than they would otherwise, thanks to your hard work. And I know firsthand how many hundreds of hours these events and serving on these charitable boards and raising money for our schools and to make our experience for our students better. And we could not appreciate it more. I cannot go to an event at the school without the thank yous, including the foundation. Whether it's music, whether it's an art exhibit, whether it's a play, everything that we go to that we think, gosh, our students are having a great experience, your fingers are in that pie, and we appreciate it so much.
Yeah, thank you. Congrats on a really excellent, well-planned, well-managed event, and thank you for everything you do for our kids. I had a nice chat with one of the newer board members who was very excited to be getting involved, and yeah, lots of younger families, which is great.
Yeah, and I do think it's really awesome. I think the event is such a testament to the community coming together. What I love about the breakfast is it's showcasing our impact on the students, and having those two things throughout the year, I think really shows the community why we're here.
Yeah, and remember, this is community dollars, and we have a generous community for sure. They value education.
I hope you keep doing denim and diamonds so I have an excuse to finally get cowboy boots.
You might need to do that next year.
All right.
Let's get it.
We go over there.
I think so, yeah.
The inside here because of the check.
Because you can do sort of a circle around it, semicircle, and you can all sort of.
Yeah.
Let's not trip on fire like some people.
Yeah, hey, I stay safe.
Place of honor.
You're allowed. You're allowed. Are we all there? Okay, here we go. 3, hold on. I don't want to cut off anyone's arms. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, any parents?
Tammy, did you bring your mom? I think this goes to Matt's office. Matt, you want this?
Yes.
Endorse the back.
I'll steal it back as you can legally cash it.
Yes, that's right.
I think you can, yeah.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you.
I love it.
All right. All right. We don't have any other recognitions, right?
Not, we're gonna do them at 6.
We only have one. Okay, next, we are, we're having an opportunity that the PTA helped us organize to hear some information and have some questions answered about the proposed city bond which is for public safety and public maintenance, maintenance of public facilities, and which is a school issue only in the sense of being about our children's safety as well as our community safety and about the smooth operation and protection of city assets such as parks and playgrounds and so forth. So we've had a number of families ask us about this, and it seemed like a good opportunity to provide just some information about it. So I'd like to welcome up, we've got Sarah Green here from the PTA, and we've got Mercer Island residents and parents and spouses of alumni. Are they both spouses of alumni? No. Only Craig is a spouse of it. Okay, Craig Reynolds and Dave Rosenbaum.
And Mike Zero.
And Mike Zero. So we've invited people from the Yes campaign and the No campaign, and so these gentlemen at the table are from the Yes campaign, and Mike Zero is going to be representing the No campaign, and he's on Zoom. So I'd like to give we're starting a little bit early, and so I'd like to give the Yes campaign the chance to start out for about, you can keep it to within like 7-ish minutes, and then Mike will have the same amount of time to present his sort of like opening statement, and then we've got some questions from both like the PTA and the board.
Great. And will our slides show?
Yes, I think so. You got them? You can't control it psychically. You can.
Remember, if I remember my name, it's a good thing. It's on every slide.
Do we know that Mike is there? Do we, I mean, if we said,
I mean,
did he say 5:15?
He's on the call.
I mean, I see that,
Mike is
but he's on mute and there's no picture of him, so I just want.
looks like he's unmuting.
Okay, great, just want to make sure.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure you were there and could
And
hear.
this is the.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You don't have to stay on if you don't want to, Mike, in terms of your video. We just wanted to be sure that you were present, so.
All right.
Okay, well, we'll move right along. Next slide, please. Thanks for having us tonight, for all your work on behalf of our community, our school community. My name is Dave Rosenbaum, and while I have the honor of serving on the city council as your deputy mayor, I'm here tonight in my private capacity as a resident and MISD parent on behalf of Mercer Island Strong. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Craig Reynolds. While he is a distinguished member of our council, he is also here as a private resident and parent. Next slide, please. So our City Hall building, which many people have visited, used to house a number of key teams, including our police department, our customer service department, and our emergency operations center. It was also home to our in-person customer service desk, where residents could speak directly with a member of our team to answer any questions about billing, building regulations, or get more information on city activities and community offerings. Back up on the hill behind City Hall sits our Public Works complex. This is currently home to our Public Works planning and maintenance and operations teams. Vehicle maintenance is performed for all city vehicles. Additionally, the city stores seasonal equipment, such as materials needed for a number of types of repairs, including roads, water mains, sewer pipes, signage, turf field, vegetation control. The list goes on and on and on. If a type of maintenance is needed anywhere on the island, the tools and materials used to perform it are likely housed in this building. However, since space is very limited, the team often scrambles to find necessary parts, equipment, or materials, often traveling to other cities near and far, and then bringing the materials back to Mercer Island. Little overview of the City Hall building. It was built in the 1950s as offices for an insurance company. The last major renovations were in the 1980s. Even while it was in operation, there were issues with the design and its impact on operations. For example, an office building built for an insurance company was not built to also house a police headquarters or emergency operations centers. There were significant concerns about the safety of the building and the staff and community members inside. It was permanently closed in 2023 due to concerns about asbestos contamination, seismic readiness, and structural deficiencies. After the asbestos was discovered, the city hired a team of experts to carefully examine the building and recommend the best course of action. That analysis showed that the cost of repairing and renovating the building to meet the needs of all the different teams exceeded the value of the building. It was clear it didn't make financial sense to try to restore a failed building. Regardless of the outcome of this bond, the city will need to demolish this building. Next slide, please. These are our temporary police trailers. They cost about $250,000 a year to rent. They fail to meet the accreditation standards of the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. This has a real impact on our community as well as our budget. This lack of accreditation and poor working facilities will likely lead to high levels of turnover. Next slide, please. Public Works Building was constructed in 1981, when the population of Mercer Island was a third smaller than what it is now. When the building was designed in the 1970s, it was designed to fit a smaller workforce and a smaller community with fewer needs. The building codes used for design and construction are well obsolete, including safety, seismic support, accessibility for staff, as well as energy efficiency. We'll take a quick look at the proposed building, because I know I'm running out of time here. Next slide, please. The city council and the city staff partnered closely with outside experts throughout this process. We began by examining the city's current operations and facilities to understand what is working well and what efficiencies can be driven in a new building. These learnings drove decisions throughout the design. There is no one more qualified to shape this building than people working in and out of it every single day. The team visited other cities that have recently opened new police stations as well as public works facilities. They've also visited older cities and cities of similar size and needs to us. All of these learnings went into the designs. Throughout the process, the city and city council made careful decisions to ensure that the plans deliver the biggest ROI for taxpayers and our community. The council made hard decisions with an eye on delivering a plan to voters that only included pieces and features that were necessary. There was also a third-party engineering firm that reviewed the plans, gave it some fresh eyes, and those recommendations were included in the final design that I'll preview now. Next slide, please. Here you can see a breakdown of the teams that will be housed in the two areas of the building. The building to the right will house the police department, a return of the in-person customer service center, the emergency operations center on the first floor with public works, IT, GIS, and some shared workspaces on the second. To the left, or the south, will be the operations building. This facility has been organized to maximize efficiency in every way. It is designed to easily catalog and accessible storage, as well as ingress and egress for maintenance vehicles coming in and out, grabbing supplies, and then back into the field. There is a significant cost of failing to act now, and a lot of those are listed on the slide. I want to highlight a few that I believe are especially important for the MISD community, as well as the island as a whole. One important element to consider is that if this bond doesn't pass, the services provided by these departments will need to continue operating and will need resources, likely from capital and general funds, to attempt to improve working conditions. This will jeopardize or delay other important projects, such as new turf for sports fields or infrastructure modernization and improvement. We will continue to ask our public works team to operate inefficiently, furthering a slow drip of expenses that should be avoided. As someone who deeply values public safety, I believe that it's important we pass this bond. As I mentioned before, the police department cannot be accredited by the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. Ask any officer, and they will tell you the number one impediment to recruitment and retention is our facilities. Not passing this bond will ensure that we have high turnover and excessive recruitment costs. For example, it costs the city about $100,000 to get a new recruit through the academy and operate as a full-time officer. I would hate for our police department to turn into a revolving door of officers who lack familiarity and connection with our community. That's why this bond is endorsed by the Mercer Island Police Officers Union, as well as former chief and SRO, Ed Holmes. I'll turn it over to Craig to talk about the cost of taxpayers and offer some closing thoughts before we take your questions.
Okay, I'm going to be the numbers guy here. I'm first going to note that it's been through an extensive process of engineering and design works and third-party review of the process and the design to make sure we've got some value engineered building. We work from a needs analysis basis of what does the city need in order to serve the residents and serve the school district, among others. Build the least expensive facility we can that will serve those needs. The city-specific increase the tax will increase about 32 cents per thousand, which is about $55 for a $2 million home, $55 per month. Contrary to what you may have heard or thought you'd heard, that means the average property tax bill on the island is going to go up by about 5%, 5.05. It's important to understand also, we sometimes hear people complain about property taxes and say, well, my home value went up, that means my taxes are going up. It doesn't work that way. With these levies out of the bonds, if the property values go up, the rate goes down to offset. So this $55 is what you pay, period, forever. The only thing is it can go down if there's new construction on the island, because that spreads the pain across multiple families. Also worth noting that we are 30th of 38 cities around the region in our level of city property tax burden. So this is not an extensive thing. Quick, I'm getting a signal to stop. This is the last slide. 3 top reasons: it's an investment in the future. We recognize that every building, school, and city that is on the island is aging. We've all benefited from the fact that others before us have paid for the schools, have paid for the roads, have paid for the sewers, have paid for the sports fields, have paid for the parks, etc. It's time for us to chip in and pay for the next generation that's going to live on this island. This building will last for a long time. Safety and service, very clear as well. These buildings are failing. When they are failing, they cannot serve the purpose that they're intended to serve, and we can't do the work we need to do for the community and for the school district to make sure the roads are clear so kids can get to school, the water and the sewer runs, the parks and playgrounds available, etc. It's all about making sure that work gets done. And the last thing is fiscal responsibility. I'm a big believer in that. And I look at the public safety and maintenance building, which is leaky roofs, structurally unsound, plumbing that doesn't work, staff working at a port or having to use porta potties, et cetera. To keep that building running, we'll have to pour millions of dollars into it to make it just be able to limp along. And all we would do by doing that is delaying the inevitable tear down of the building, which is just not smart or fiscally responsible thing to do.
Thank you. Mike? These guys took an extra minute, so if you want 8 minutes, you can have 8 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, President Ty Tucker, thanks for having me. Director, Mr. Superintendent Rundle, thanks for having me present. I also want to give recognition to Russell Fetterman, Robert Silken, and Benson Wong for taking time out of their busy schedule and representing the PRO committee. As I was introduced, I'm the CON committee. I have a team, an organization called Mercer Islanders for Sustainable Spending. You can see our whole presentation at mi4ss.com or Google Mercer Islanders for Sustainable Spending. There's no argument that we're going to have to invest in our city facilities. The issue has to be the size, or the issue of this is the size. What I'm characterizing as a big, beautiful building. So the facility is significantly larger, and as a result of being significantly larger, more expensive than it needs to be. And why is that important? The president, at the very beginning of her presentation or introduction, left out one important factor about why this is important, that we have this discussion in this area with the school district, because the taxing tolerance of the community is, let us assume, it's finite. For every, let's say, a capacity of $100, for every $100, let's say the capacity is $100. For every dollar that goes to the city is one less dollar that goes to the school, and vice versa. That's one of the nice things about being a contiguous borders between the city and the school board. So when I say it is larger and as a result more expensive, what am I talking about? The square footage, office, and maintenance space is 66% larger than it is now. The covered area storage area is an amazing 556% increase than what we have now. The total storage area is an amazing 200% increase in what we have now. There are 8 climate controlled parking spots, 8 more than we have now. And there are possibly only 6 vehicles that one could argue need the 8 climate controlled parking spots. We don't have any overhead coverage, nor do we necessarily, or nor do we need overhead coverage in the temperate Northwest. This is not Minnesota with freezing months of freezing weather or feet of snow, nor is it the weather of Texas with beating down sun. There's 141 covered vehicle spots for 110 vehicles. There are 3 maintenance bays for 1 city mechanic. It's designed for 50% more police vehicles than we have now, than what is needed. It's designed for 17% more public works employees than we currently employ. It's designed for 41% more police employees than we presently employ. Now, keep in mind, we're in an environment of AI. We're in an environment of hot desks. It's just, in today's environment, we recognize where one desk per employee is a luxury that we do not afford anymore. Well, the root cause, how did we get to this? How did we get to this position? The root cause is that we had the city, mind you, had its last meeting first. Its last meeting first. This is a continual theme that we have with MISD in this campaign. Now, what I mean by this is that the city did the architects did an exhaustive program of interviewing department heads in levels lower than department heads of what they needed. And the city council did over 2 years, roughly 24 meetings, consisting of about an hour per, both executive and regular meetings, talking about this. But it wasn't until the last meeting, just 3 months ago, that we put a price tag on it. And that price tag is $660, a $660 increase in city property taxes, a 46% increase in city property taxes. So what needs to happen, what we are suggesting, what needs to happen is they need to have their last meeting first, before they go to the architects, before they go to the department. Well, they don't need to go to the department heads. We already know what the department heads want. We'd like to have. They need to recognize what the taxing tolerance of our community is. Now, in 1998, the citizens defeated a 19.5 community center bond. In 2018, the city defeated an excess levy, and that was roughly a 45% tax increase. In 2025, as you all know, the beginning of 2025, the city, the Mercer Island school bond was defeated because of 40% local school property tax increase. So 40% seems to be a number that's not going to work with this community. My suggestion, the suggestion of Mercer Islanders for Community Sustainable Spending, is that it should be around the 20% range. So that's what the city should have decided first. What is the tax tolerance that our citizens have? Again, 40% seems not to be the right number. And the city is projecting a 46% tax increase. So what we are suggesting is start with the 20% number. What will 20% buy you? In addition, there's 3 elements to this. One is the budget. We're saying a 20% max 20 tax increase. And one is the design. Acknowledge that we are a mature community. We are an island. There are not going to be any more streets to plow, any more roads to repair. The population it's an argument on what's going to happen to our population. Actually, we have Councilmember Reynolds saying it's at the March 4th meeting. We might not grow that much more. Councilmember, the deceased Councilmember Jake Jacobson basically said the same thing, that the density is not going to increase much more. Now, there are differing opinions, but again, we're an island. We're not going to increase that much more. The demands on the public works department and the police department are not going to far exceed what they have right now.
You're close to time, Mike. If you want to just wrap it up.
Okay, and I'm happy to wrap it up. And then last will be financing, which I'll go into more detail. But we found ingenious ways to use the city fund balances for the community center. We can do the same. It doesn't all have to be from a tax increase. They have a $97 million city fund balance that they can tap into. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give Sarah a chance to introduce herself.
Oh, thank you, Maggie Tai. Hi, good evening, school board members and our students that are also on the school board and the superintendent. Dr. Bundle, my name is Sarah Kareem. I currently serve as the PTA Council President of the Mercer Island PTA. For those that may be unfamiliar and are listening in, we serve as the body that supports and provides resources to all the PTAs and to MIPA on the island. We have 6 PTA organizations and they all function as their own nonprofits, as do we. And Really happy to be here to work in collaboration with the school board. We've had a lot of parents and community members ask how they can find out more information about the city bond. So I really want to appreciate and thank Dave and Craig and Mike for presenting the perspectives that you have, because many families do not have that access. On that note, can I transition into School Board Director Daluri and I had met to prepare some questions. We had shared these questions in advance with both the Yes campaign and the No campaign. We'll take turns asking those questions of each campaign. Some of them may be completely disconnected and different from each other. But that's because we really wanted to bring forward some of the questions coming from community to help them assess how they wanted to vote for the city bond that's on the ballot in November.
And then, assuming we have time left over at the end, then other board members can also ask.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tech. Yes. I'll go ahead and start with the first question for the Yes campaign, and it is connected to the impact on students. So the Mercer Island School District is the largest employer of the city and one of the most important factors in driving potential home buyers to Mercer Island. Given its role as the anchor institution on Mercer Island that deeply benefits from the services provided by the city of Mercer Island, can you please explain the direct benefits of this bond to our students and how it supports the school district's operations?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first, thank you, Sarah, and Mike, thanks for being here as well. Appreciate your comments. As Mike mentioned, Mercer Island is one of the few cities where the city and the school bond share geographic lines with the same exact constituencies. I think it's really actually great how closely together the school district and the school and the city work together. There's a few areas that I think are really important. One which I mentioned before, which was the school resource officer in the school. I think it's really important that person knows the school, knows the school districts really well. A second really important one is obviously YFS, right? The school-based counselors are employees of the city, and that's a fantastic partnership between our different agencies. And then there's a major infrastructure tie-in here. We've had to stand up our emergency operations center, I believe it's 4 times in the last couple of years, mostly around water and a few other things. Sitting side by side with the city employees are district employees. And they're taking, the time to work directly together. And how do we respond to the needs of the community in those emergencies? When we had the winter boom or
The bomb cycle.
cyclone.
I like your term too.
Last year, the school district set up a warming center down at Island Middle School, and that was really important. It was a great place for people to come and get out of the cold, charge their phones. As a parent, whenever it snows, I sort of wonder, is that going to be enough to cancel school? And right now, the first step that our city employees take to start plowing the roads is to dig out the plows by hand because they are not covered; they're left outside. And I think as a parent, I think there's enormous opportunity, for more collaboration. But I do think that the collaboration we have now is really great.
I would just add that it's very clear to the point of the question. The school is a big part of why people move to the city. There's no doubt about that. It's also true that the school functions because of the infrastructure that the city provides. So we are very much here to support the school district and support the school parents and the kids that are in the schools.
Do we want to give Mike a chance to answer the question?
No,
You have different questions.
So different questions. Yes,
I see.
Got it, thank you.
So this question's for Mike, and thank you for being here today. The city's emergency preparedness services support our students, and we are grateful for how, for example, snow removal services allow buses to transport students to their schools. You are proposing that this current bond does not pass, so what would be your plan to provide continued emergency preparedness services that will support our students' access to school buildings? We have a second part, which I know you have it in front of you. So we are grateful to the school resource officer that the Mercer Island Police Department provides to our school district. Our temporary police facilities do not meet accreditation standards. With you advocating that the bond should not pass right now, please explain how you would ensure the ongoing safety of our students without an accredited police force.
Okay, thanks, Deborah. So the level of services won't change. The city has done a great job maintaining the level of services since 2003 through COVID and through the shutdown of the facility and the police department's temporary facilities. So it will not change. As far as snow removal, again, whether they have a new facility now or an additional, it'll take a good 3.5, 4 years for them once a bond is passed for them to finish their facility. Their services that they provide to the island will not change. They will still be at the same level. Let me talk about the police department. That is important, especially the school resource officer. The Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, they have an accreditation process, and that accreditation process includes over 170 standards that they come down, they descend upon the department, they ask questions. The great majority of them, meaning all 175 less, maybe one or two, have to do with police training, police procedure, policies, lethal policies on how to lethal situations or non-lethal situations. There are maybe one or two questions that have to do with facilities. So there's something else going on, or let me put it a different way. The level of service that you're getting from our police officers in the field has not been impacted one bit because of the facilities. Again, over 170 questions in the accreditation process, maybe one or two have to do with the facility.
I'm sorry, I didn't set a time limit to begin with, but I'm looking at the clock and what else we have on our agenda tonight. I'm gonna set a 2-minute time limit for replies. Oh, next question.
Thank you. And this for the Yes campaign. Many of our public buildings, including schools and city facilities, were built around the same time and are now aging. Given that some city council members opposed the earlier school bond this year, but now unanimously support this city bond, how are priorities across different public facilities evaluated, and why was now the right time to bring this measure forward?
A couple of years ago, the city went through an extensive, or started an extensive facilities condition assessment process to look at all the buildings that the city has. And it was very clear from very early in the process that the public safety and maintenance building was in bad shape. It does not meet code, there are not adequate bathrooms, it does not have working heat and air conditioning in many places, the roof is structurally unsound and leaking, etc. This was something that is not an option. We need to address this in order for that building to continue to function. The alternative is to pour millions of dollars more into that building to try to repair it. And that's just not a good decision. It's not fiscally responsible. That was really what motivated our decision to approach this now. When you've got a problem, you need to address it. And I think Dave has some things he wants to add.
Yeah, I think that the reality is a lot of the city buildings, all the school buildings were built at the same time and have the same exact challenges. And as I mentioned earlier, I think our constituents have high expectations for what those facilities deliver and what those facilities look like. I think as a community, we can all recognize that these buildings need to be fixed, need to be upgraded. I think, like I said, as a parent, I want my children to go to school in the best facilities. And I think right now, I will let you all do your work on what that looks like, but I think, hearing from other students and understanding what some of the other schools look like is that those facilities need to be upgraded. I supported the bond. I thought it was the right decision. I thought it was, the right thing to do for our community. I think that our community, wants to have the top flight facilities in order to deliver the best services. I think whether it's at the city or the school, it's the same answer.
Thank you. My question is next for you, Mike. Many residents have seen your campaign signs and materials highlighting concerns about the cost of this bond and tax increases. Can you please explain how you calculated the projected cost and tax impact?
It's straightforward from the city material, 55 times 12 months is 660, a $2 million house. That is straight from the city. I've submitted many numbers to the Mercer Island Reporter. They seem to screen the numbers that I do, but all these numbers that I talked about at the beginning, 66% increase in square footage, 556 increase in covered storage, 200 increase in total storage area, 70% more public works employees. All that, those are all either in ads or will be in ads, and they've all gone through the Mercer Island Reporter again. But again, they are strictly taken from the slide presentations by architects. And let me give some credit to the city council for giving the city time. They've invested a couple $1 million into the Public Works building to extend its life 5 to 7 years on a 3.5 to 5 year project. So we have time to recalibrate and do a new design with the investment that the city has done to the Public Works building. We have over 24 months slack, if you will, to recalibrate and reload a new design.
Thanks. Thank you, Mike. My next question is for the Yes campaign, connecting to money as well. So with limited public dollars, how did the city determine how taxpayers should balance investments between schools, public safety, and other infrastructure needs? And what would be your message to residents, knowing that the February 2026 EP&O levy, which is crucial to funding the day-to-day school operations of our schools and programs, relies on the same community tax base?
No, I'll make a couple of comments here, and the first is to say there's one thing I agree with Mike on. There's a limited ability of people to be taxed. I think we all can agree on that. In a limited capacity, people have to pay taxes. But I think something else I think we would also probably agree on is that Mercer Islanders have high standards for what they expect. They expect to have top-notch schools on the island, and you guys deliver that. They expect to have roads that are plowed, roads that are not potholed, clean water, sewers, programs run through our parks, clean and well-maintained parks, et cetera. Those are all Mercer Island expectations, and I think they're reasonable expectations, and the council recognizes and acknowledges that. So this really became an exercise of saying, we know what the community wants, we know what the community deserves. What do we need to do in order to have the equipment and supplies in order to deliver those services to get them what they deserve? And that's really what this is about. It's a needs-based analysis and making sure we're providing the services they need.
All right, and last question for the No campaign. Given that construction and borrowing costs continue to rise with inflation, what is your plan for addressing the city's aging facilities if the bond is delayed or rejected? How would postponing needed upgrades affect long-term costs to taxpayers?
That's part of my proposal, and that's on the website at www.miforss.com. But keep in mind, the ordinance that you're voting on, Ordinance 25-13, it's not going to be 103 million. The ordinance says, quote unquote, this is estimated to be more than 103 million. That's what you're voting on. It's not 103. It's more than. You're giving authorization for more than 103 million. And I've said, you talk about inflation. Inflation's what, 2-3%? We're talking about a right sizing facility 50%, going from 100 million to 50 million. Right now, it's going to cost a total 174 million with interest. So you're talking going from 174 million. What's that? Almost 65 million, going from 170 million to 65 million. So the inflation argument's kind of weak right there. I've always talked about the city fund balance being in excess. Remember, the city has done this before. In '98, when the city voted down the 19 million for the community center, the council came back and looked at the amount of money that they had in their funds, and they were able to self-fund. Instead of going to the public, they were able to self-fund or pull out of the city fund balance 13 million in 2004 to build the community center without taxing citizens. Well, that 13 million in 2004 is roughly 22 million in 25. So what I'm suggesting is, let us be clear, a 50 million building, It doesn't cost the citizens an additional 50 million, but it backs off, it takes 22 million from the city fund, and then they go to the city or to the citizens of what's the difference between that, the 28 million, of 28 million. So my proposal, I'm not talking pennies on the inflation. I'm talking 22 million from existing funds, and then only after asking then 28 million for a bond from its citizens. So, and keep in mind, it's a finite, the citizens' tax tolerance is finite. If there's $100 capacity, for every dollar that goes to the city is $1 less that is available for the school, which we know has some needs.
That's time, Mike. I think there's board members that would like to ask some questions, starting with Director Glowitz.
Yeah, what does the analysis look like in terms of other cities of similar size to
Who are you asking?
to both sides?
Okay.
I mean, to their facilities in terms of square footage, cost. I mean, it strikes me that I think from what I've heard, there seems to be a general consensus that something needs to be done, that what we have now is not a tenable long-term solution. But I think the question is this the right size building? And when you start asking those questions, I hear arguments on both sides. I mean, I don't know about covered storage for equipment. I go down the freeway, I see lots of heavy machinery that isn't covered. And it makes me wonder if that's necessary, is that aesthetics? But then just more generally, what do other facilities in the area cost? I mean, what are communities spending?
Okay, make a couple of comments first off. The staff did do a lot, and the engineering team and the design team did spend a lot of time looking at what other cities are doing. But I think really what it comes down to is looking at the services we want to provide. What sort of space and equipment do we need to have? As an example, you mentioned the covered storage. We have some vehicles that are incredibly expensive the city has. Our Vector Jenner truck is a $650,000 piece of equipment that has huge water tanks in it. We leave that vehicle outside, it freezes, we're out tremendous amounts of money. These vehicles need to be stored undercover in order to be preserved and responsibly taken care of. The police working out of our trailers right now, there are not other police departments doing that. We're in a position right now where it's incredibly difficult to hire police officers. We are paying, is it a $30,000 lateral signing bonus, I believe, right now, to try to recruit police officers to come to this city? If we want police officers to come to this city, we need to have a facility that they feel safe working in. And Mike talked earlier about the fact that, the service for the police department is not degraded. Thank God it hasn't, and I think that the credit belongs to our police department that it hasn't degraded. But the reality is, they're working in an unsafe environment right now. They do not have a secure place to bring in prisoners. They do not have a secure place in order to interrogate suspects that they have on site. The Sally Port, that is their transition point, is not up to par. Nothing bad has happened yet, but we're setting ourselves up for trouble if we don't address these sorts of problems.
And Dan, to get to your question of comparisons to other cities, if you look at what the police stations that other cities have built, they are very large. It's like considerably larger than what we're proposing building. And I would encourage you to talk to police officers, and they'll tell you the number one issue about retention or improvement is this issue of facilities. It's this issue of we cannot be accredited. Like, we can say, yet 99% means 100% non-accredited. Business cards right now say accredited, they will not be able to say that any longer.
And we don't want to be in a position where we only get to hire the police officers that no other city wants.
Can I just ask, I maybe missed it when you were going through your slides. I didn't see like a city council room or meeting room on that list of.
There is not one. And in order to be fiscally responsible, we looked early on at what are some things we can live without.
Yeah.
One of them is the council chambers. The council right now is meeting in a room similar to this at the community center. We will continue to do that. Another big one is the court. Right now we have a municipal court in Mercer Island that we're doing that with rented space in Newcastle. That will continue. So there are a number of significant operations that are moved out so that we can focus on really what is the most critical and the most critical to have here.
And just to add to that, talking about smart budgeting, a number of years ago, we set up a facilities fund knowing that we were going to have to make a lot of these changes. And we were able to purchase the building next to the City Hall campus using mostly funds that we had been saving away for this purpose. And by doing that, we were able to move teams into that building that do not need to be in a level 4 facility. So we're able to restore those in-person services, those in-person working, without having to go to the taxpayer for money or having to increase the size of the PSM.
So, it's related to just exactly what you're saying. The police department could not be moved to the new, the building that you just purchased, or in a different type of setting, like adjusting that?
Yeah, the police department has very specific needs. Most insurance buildings are not built with an armory, for example, which was an issue when they moved into the old city hall building, or evidence rooms, things of that nature. So a police facility has to be specific to meet the needs of.
There was no possibility to kind of modify that one and then go with a smaller project for maintenance, right?
No, and also one advantage of building the police facility to a level 4 earthquake resistance is that in the event of an earthquake, our police department is continuing able to operate. So if we put them in a different facility, we run the risk of them not being able to fully operate during in the new facility, there's potable and non-potable water, backup electric power, those sorts of things that they would need in the case of the large scale earthquake or other natural disasters.
Yeah. So, and I imagine that it's my understanding that right now some of the maintenance equipment is not all right now in Merced Island, or do you rent spaces outside to with all the work that you're doing on the streets, or are you able to have them all in Island right now?
We are able to store what we can store, and then there's other things that we need to then go out and get. There was for example, a pipe a couple years ago where someone from the team had to drive up to Port Angeles to get, because it was not something that we had on hand, we're not able to store. So when you talk about the additional storage space, part of the idea is to increase efficiencies, to store more here so that we're not driving all around,
And I think it is in case of a major earthquake, and we had the closure of I-90 recently, and we saw how that impacted us. And I'm part of the emergency team on the island and doing the exercises. I can see how not having equipment in the island can affect the rescue. So I am totally in favor of having that type of equipment here. I just wanted to know what will be the alternative if that is not in place, or having
And that was one of the discussions I had with the city manager early on. I don't recall if this was one during the council meeting, but there just aren't other places on the island to store big equipment like this. There's just, it's not like you go out and rent a giant warehouse that has the sort of space and parking that we need. Could we have invested in something off island instead? Perhaps, but at what cost? One is emergency resilience. If the bridges go down and all our equipment is off island, that doesn't help us very much. And the other is time. If workers have to be navigating, driving on and off the island to get things, they're not being efficient.
Well, especially in an emergency.
Especially in an emergency, yes.
Deborah, do you want to have more discussion with the board? We have 7 minutes left.
Right, so yeah, I can just kind of give a little bit of info in terms of why are we here today is, as you all know, the school went out for a bond of a fairly similar size, and that failed, and I know the city has the additional burden of 60% pass rate based on state law as well. And really, we're looking at, a lot of parents are frustrated that the school bond did not pass because of the essential needs of our students and our buildings that will be failing over time. And really, I took a step back to say, we're one community. We're all residents here, and we have students, we have parents, and then we have people who were former and all that. And do we want to continue to kind of second guess and fight about what we need, or do we want to come together and support the community leaders who are working really hard on these plans, and really, for the most part, volunteers presenting the best project that they think that the community would support? I think I just want to highlight quickly in terms of really the impact that the city bond will have on our students. And in writing a resolution, just the things that I was considering, that bond would support the funding of community services that enhance the well-being of its students, including the funding of creating more resilient city services that protect students, staff, and families in both everyday operations and emergencies. The bond funds seismically resilient buildings, which would house the city's emergency operations center. In the event of a natural disaster or major emergency, the EOC coordinates response, including restoring schools, transportation, and community services that students rely on. The bond funds a modernized, resilient police headquarters, which will help to ensure quicker, more reliable emergency response to schools in case of threats, traffic management, safety concerns, or community emergencies. The bond funds modernized facilities for public works and maintenance teams responsible for maintaining roads, utilities, and infrastructure. Safe and reliable city infrastructure means safer commutes for students, walking, biking, buses, parent drop-off. And the public safety and maintenance building will house IT and GIS departments in resilient facilities supporting critical city services, including mapping, traffic, safety, and emergency communication that benefit schools and families. And the bond will result in improved community stability because when city services are reliable and coordinated in emergencies, schools can reopen more quickly after a disaster, minimizing disruption to students' education. And the way that I am looking at it as part of the community is, yes, costs are finite. Our ability to be taxed is finite, but the joy that our kids bring to our lives is infinite. And if we want safe kids and safe schools and safe city buildings who can get to schools, we need to support our community. The longer we wait, the more it's going to cost, and the more at risk we are of having something devastating happen between now and then. So I'm hoping that the school board can really take the lead and say to our community, we are one community, we support each other, and we will work together to ensure that it's a city that we're all proud of.
So you're proposing that we.
Well, I'm not making a motion yet. I mean, I can do that now and then continue
You
to.
just have very little time though, so I wanted to just go around and make sure everyone has a chance to comment, like, if they want to. You can pass.
Yeah, I mean, so I found this agenda item strange to begin with, and now the resolution stranger still. As a practical governance matter, one, like the city council, I understand, is set for like 24 meetings, tens of hours of presentations, in order to have a vote on whether to send this proposal to the public to vote on. That's the same thing we did with our school bond. You now, through this resolution, are taking the additional step of not saying, is it reasonable to submit this proposal to the public, but that we as a school board endorse the proposal and think that it is the correct one, not the correct one to be voted on, but the correct one on its merits. That is an even higher bar to satisfy, although we have less information. And the unmistakable impression is that it's a quid pro quo. You know, we scratch your back, you scratch ours. That's not good governance. It's separation of government entities. The fact that like we would be in a position to endorse a city bond when we didn't even have a vote on endorsing our own bond, or as far as I'm aware, the city saying, no, proposing and endorsing are separate. If you don't understand the difference, that's a problem.
That's a definition only.
No, it's not a definition. One is about submitting something to voters for approval. The other is saying that I agree with the merits on its own. And if elected officials do not understand that difference, that's problematic.
I hear you. Looks like Christina has something.
I have a question, I just point of order to ask Eric, probably. The way that is title, this in the agenda, I don't know if we can have a motion.
No, there is no motion, there is no
Oh,
motion.
so no
This
endorsement,
today and
just
just
an information, okay,
we have
just,
like a
just,
couple minutes
just
left.
clarifying.
Yeah, nobody
Okay.
is proposing a motion to do
Okay,
anything,
so
this was meant as like an
information for parents who
information.
have been asking all.
Right, and
Okay, yes.
And I just want to say this is a practice that, that school boards in the past have done. I was part of the resolution. In fact, I got a lot of the language from the former resolution that supported the city, a prior city bond for parks, where the school board endorsed. So while a school board would never endorse a candidate, this is an issue that impacts our students. I think it's only responsible for the school to weigh in. I think it's a question, we all have different levels of trust for other elected leaders. I'd like to think that I have a level of trust. I know with some community members, and I hope that they have the same for our city council. I might not always agree with everything that the city council as a whole does, but they're elected by democratic process, and I absolutely believe that they have the best intent when proposing things to the community. The school bond got put on the ballot by a vote of 5-0, and my understanding is that the city bond got voted on or got put on the ballot by a vote of 7-0. That is, and the city, no one endorses things. We can make a resolution as boards have in the past. I'm sure we would be told by our attorney if it wasn't appropriate, but this is good for our kids. That's why I recommend that we endorse. I want to make sure that our parent community really understands how much we rely on the city services in order to ensure that our kids are safe each and every day in their classrooms.
I just want to be clear, the goal of today's item was to let people hear more about this. I think the board has to have a separate discussion about whether or not there's interest in like a resolution or a endorsement. Yeah, so thank you guys so much for coming.
Is there any opportunity to make 1 minute of closing comments?
Yeah, 1 minute for each slide.
Okay. I just want to make two quick points. One is, most importantly, this is not a yes or, this is a yes and. The city needs and the schools need what they need, and it can support both. And in my own personal view, should support both without a doubt. The second thing I want to make is there's a number of comments of Mike's that I would challenge. Don't have time to do them all, but one really important one. He's talked extensively about the city fund balance. The city fund balance is there because this is working capital set aside to allocated projects, to sewer projects that have to happen, road projects that have to happen, water projects that have to happen. If we spend that money, there are two problems. One, those projects won't get done. Two, we'd be breaking the law. Those utility funds are set aside by law to be used for utilities. We can't use them for the buildings. Mike was on the city council, he should know that.
And Mike?
Oh, did you want me to talk there, Mr. President? Seemed like we lost a little bit of control there. So are you going to give me 2 minutes?
Sure. I mean, I'm trying to keep it fair in terms of like how much everyone has, like, we can sit here and argue about that.
No worries. I would like to emphasize that the city fund balance, the state auditor identifies available funds. We have precedent from the community center where we use fund balance. Of course, we're not going to use all the fund balances, but there is, from that 100 million, there's got to be 22 million that we can use outright or maybe through reprioritization by the council, because it all has to do with priorities. I would also like to talk about the timeline. It's going to take, if the bond was approved today, it would still take 3.5 years before the facility would be open. The facility now, with the investment that the council has done, both in this biennium and what they have identified that they would do in the next biennium, will give that facility between 5 and 7 years. Both council members I know will agree with that, because that's what Jesse has told them. So a recalibration going from the size that it is now to half that size, getting rid of the courtyard, getting rid of the gym, getting rid of the overhead parking covered, et cetera, et cetera. They've already done the research on what they need. They just need to fit that $50 million package instead of a $100 million package. So we are only talking if, and I fully believe that this bond will fail. So when this bond fails, it'll only take them an additional 6 months to redesign, because they already have all the information. It'll only take them 6 months to redesign and get going with another bond that hopefully is much less than the 174 million total that they presently have.
You're out of time, but thank you very much for being on Zoom with us, on Google Meet with us. You guys, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having
If
us.
you have any follow-up questions, please feel free to ask. Thanks for the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, thank you.
Yes. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Lee, do you want to introduce yourself? He's going to answer questions about the levy resolution. So that you
And then you usually have some opening comments too.
Yeah, board members, Lee Marquezia with the Foster Garvey Law Firm. Thanks for having me here. I think my understanding is that you've been quite well briefed on the upcoming levy that the board is considering putting on the February ballot. My only background, as Dr. Rundle said, is just to say that the reason we're doing this is because in order to put a measure before the voters, you have to adopt that and request a special election through the King County Elections Department for the February ballot. The filing deadline to get all the materials submitted is December 12th, so there is still time. You've done some great advance planning with Matt over here, the administration. So, you know, I'm here to answer any questions you might have on the resolution or the process.
I don't have any questions on the resolution. That seems pretty straightforward. The process.
So what's the implied like inflation sort of allowance with the 1 million increases each year?
Oh, what's allowed?
What's the implied inflation allowances, assuming that there's not an increase due to the increased enrollment? I mean, from each year, like there's a stat line.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I don't know the numerical assumptions behind the numbers. I think Mr. Sullivan has presented on those before, but I guess from a legal perspective, is that the school board is asking for a maximum amount. That is the one thing that you're asking for, is a maximum amount to be collected each year. And then the eventual dollar rate per thousand will be set by the county assessor. But for the amount, although the voters might approve one of these amounts each year, you might not be able to collect it, as Director Glowitz pointed out, in that your per pupil limit would, if you don't have the enrollment to capture that amount, you would be rolled back to whatever that is, that maximum amount is. And that will also be reflected in your budget, most likely, your levy certification.
As far as like the deadlines go, you mentioned December, whatever the date.
12th.
And we submit everything and then that's it as far as like deadlines that we need to meet, or?
Yes, for the district's deadlines, yeah, correct.
No other questions?
Lee, thanks as
Okay,
always.
yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your help.
Yeah, it was the not hot man.
Yeah. It's the cold seat.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to discuss how, like, keep discussing bond stuff, or do we want to come back to it some later?
Should we do recognitions assistance?
We have.
Yeah, students are here, fine. Let's move on. So recognitions.
Yes. Do you want me to bring them in?
Yes,
Please.
please.
Are we going in order of what we have on the agenda?
Copywriting contest and podcast.
Perfect.
I love licorice. IKEA has really good licorice, actually.
Listen, you want to?
Yeah. I didn't see, I know I will. No.
Is this not on?
All right, we have two sets of recognitions tonight, and we're kind of still catching up from a really busy and exciting spring. So I'm going to start off with the New York Times How-To Writing Contest. Miss Swope at our middle school worked with students again this year on a how-to, and I'm pleased to bring forward Shannon Barneson. She was recognized by the New York Times with an honorable mention award in the newspaper's second annual How-To Writing Contest for her submission, wait for it, How to Avoid Being Called On by Your Teacher. The How-To contest invites 8th through 12th grade students to choose any skill, interview an expert, and then write a maximum 400-word essay explaining to a general audience how to do that skill. There are over 3,000 entries to the contest, and the Times selected 49, including Shannon's, to be recognized among the 9 winners, 16 runners-up, and 24 honorable mentions. All 8th grade students at our middle school wrote their how-to essay last year as part of their 8th grade language arts projects and incorporated the contest into the curriculum. So with that, I want to turn it over to our award winner and Shannon, and tell us a little bit more about probably how you came about wanting to write this how-to and just the experience overall.
I'd say it's more of like a shy student. I'm not usually looking to speak in front of a room full of people, which here I am, so that kind of backfired. But when Ms. Pope asked us to brainstorm ideas, I kind of immediately thought of how I'll tie my shoelaces or drink water to avoid being called on. And that's kind of how I came up with the idea. And it was a really good experience, like writing it in general. And I think I learned a lot about like just the writing process and stuff. So.
Other questions from the board? Or?
How many times did you went to the bathroom?
Too much.
I just want to congratulate you. For someone who is self-proclaimed shy and not speaking in group, you were quite excellent.
Thank you.
How did you become aware of the contest, and then how many contests did you enter or participate in?
Well, Ms. Pope actually introduced it to my class, and I did enter the New York Times, I think it was the Tiny Memoir Contest, which I learned a lot from that because it was like my first contest and I wasn't really sure how it would go. I didn't realize how competitive they were too. So yeah, I definitely learned a lot from that. And I think one thing that I did was I kind of didn't really write as myself because I was trying to make it perfect and it kind of sounded a little choppy. So this contest, I tried to just really be myself, which was adding in some humor too. And I think that's kind of how it did a little bit better, both like the writing and I guess the outcome. But
Well, just be yourself, right?
yeah.
So please join me in congratulating Shannon. At the end? Okay, so let's go ahead. So if you'll hang tight, Shannon, and stay with us, we're going to bring up our podcast winners from the high school. And then we'll do photos with the board individually for each group. So, you guys are podcast students? Come on up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come on up. So 88.9 The Bridge, we've got another opportunity to see how broadcasting student voice, in addition to writing, can be done in other ways as well. It's our award-winning studio, and this past July, we found out that 6 of our student podcasters received top honors in the 8th annual New York Times Student Podcast Contest, a prestigious international competition that drew more than 1,600 submissions from around the world. 2 students from KMIH earned first place recognition, sophomore Samantha Back, one for her podcast From Soul to Swap Meets, which told a moving story about her immigrant grandparents and the generational legacy they've passed on. And sophomore Eric Shao also received first place for his podcast Keeping Timeless Tales Timeless and Intact, which explored the revival of old books and the timeless value of the physical literature. 3 of our students then were also named runners-up. That was juniors Audrey and Jane Tittle, shared the incredible story of their mother, who was born a quintuplet, and the family's extraordinary history in their podcast, the 50th anniversary of the Cincinnati quintuplets. And class of 2025 graduate Sam Fedor created a deeply reflective piece, Build, Bend, Break, an Instrument's Life Cycle. And then additionally, junior Megan Opati, who also isn't here tonight, she received an honorable mention for her powerful story. Oh, she is here, right there. I didn't see you come up there because you were there. For 1.4%, about being part of the 1.4% of African-American students at MIHS, and what that means for identity, belonging, and voice. And I had a chance to hear her speak about that last year as well with that. So I'm going to turn it over to our students to tell us a little bit more about what you were up to there and maybe what you're doing this year too. Megan, you want to start?
So the process to like make my story was, at first I wanted to do like a one-on-one interview with like each and everyone who was in the school that was also like part of the percentage. But then I realized that I wanted to do it like specifically like on how I'm feeling, because everyone's perspective is different. And I just thought that that would be like the best way to set my foot forward and really like inspire others to probably share their stories in the future if they felt like it. Because when I made it and I told like my mom about it, she was like, I'm so proud of you for like doing this. And like some of your cousins from other schools also like felt the same way, and they wanted to like share how they felt about it. So I really like felt really empowered and really happy that I was able to open up other people's minds and how they're doing.
For me, my dad's a really closed off person. He doesn't really share too much about his childhood or his past. But one day he finally like sat me down and he was like just wanting to tell him more about his story. And he told me about his immigration, my grandparents who immigrated from South Korea and to California, Burbank. And he just talked about his childhood and like saying how he used to wake up like 4 a.m. every weekend before like on Saturday. And then he went to Anaheim swap meet. He learned how to solder gold and like did all these things that like my childhood did not look like that at all. And I was just really appreciative, and he's just such a hardworking person. And then he has 3 other siblings, and my aunt, she also had and sold jewelry in the Anaheim swap meets and like also had a job very early age. And I was really like moved by the story, and I wanted to share it to the world. And I know there's a lot of stories like that out there. And it was really amazing that I like put that all together by myself and like seeing the reactions. One of my aunt's friends actually came up to me, was crying, like hugging me. And it was really like, it was important to me. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, I think we might be the only identical twins who can say that our mom was a quintuplet. I mean, that's, you can take those separately. Those are 2 pretty crazy things, just separately. If you put them together, wow, that's a crazy story. So we kind of, like, we're like, okay, we have to tell this story. It's such a big part of our family, and we don't even really realize it because it's just our family, right? So we were able to like peel back the layers on this one. Do you want to add anything? For sure. It's always been something that no matter who finds out it's their first time or they've heard it before, like hearing the word quintuplet always blows people away. And we've seen that reaction a lot. So we're like, we have to share more of this story. So we were just super excited. We got to talk to our grandparents. They got to share kind of what went down. And it was, I mean, really cool. They thought they were having triplets and two more came out, so you know what? It was a surprise. Yeah. And it's also more than that. It's a story about identity, because just like being a quintuplet, there was 3 girls and 2 boys. It's hard distinguishing yourself as one of the quintuplets, but then also for us, we look the exact same. Mm-hmm. So how do we distinguish ourselves? So it's an identity story. Yeah, and just we kind of tied it in at the end about the stereotype of being twins and like fighting that stereotype. Like, we're not the same person despite our appearance. There's more to that story. And just connecting it back from our mom's side of being quintuplet and our grandparents, you know, figuring that out compared to us and our story as identical twins. So it's super special to share that family story. Mm-hmm.
All right. So basically, I've always loved reading. I've always loved the idea of physical literature because even though I feel like ebooks and like all the iPad reading is way more convenient, I've always loved just like looking at a book. And at the same time, my sister loved collecting random things when she was younger. Like first it started with stamps, and then it moved on to old books. And she really, really loved collecting these old books and all of these books in general. Like I remember, I think she actually she was probably the #1 customer from the Mercer Island Library book sales, and it was really cool. And it was to the point to where my dad actually just was like, okay, I'm done with you stuffing all of these books in empty boxes. I'm making you a bookshelf. And then so she ended up actually just getting a bunch of wood and actually painting and building a bookshelf for her, which I thought was really cool. And additionally, she collected books all throughout high school. But when she went to college, I was like, oh, now there's just a bookshelf. It's just filled with old books, random empty books, and it's a bit lonely in the house, you know. And at the same time, I kind of was just keeping this in the back of my head until because my dad also listens to this audiobook on the way on the car. He really likes listening to this audiobook. And it's crazy because this audiobook is detailing events in history that are hundreds of years ago, written by people in the 1400s. And they're just eyewitness accounts of these people in history. And it's really cool to me that you can just have these eyewitness accounts in history, to people that their names we probably would have forgotten. But and have information just pumped directly into our ears at that point. So I'm okay, this is a good idea. And I thought that it was really cool to see how I could learn how to preserve my books, especially the books that my sister gifted me. She gifted me a lot of old books when I was younger, the Motor Boys. And I was even though they've been falling apart, I wanted to learn how to protect it. So protecting a memory of my sister, I guess, after she went to college.
And I see Natalie from that one that you have jumped in. There you are. Do you want to say anything else on students and what they're all accomplishing?
Lauren's here too.
Oh, Lauren, there you go.
Yes, the teachers in these classes, and I mean, it's just, it's hard to even add to what these students just said. I mean, their stories are incredible, and we're just so proud of them, and we are just so kind of honored that we have the opportunity to work with students like this, and that we have support from the district and from the high school and all the administrators to really allow us to teach these skills, and then bring their stories to life by the equipment that we have at our radio station, and they're able to really use it to tell their stories in a better way instead of just going and recording their voice. So we just, thanks to the district for allowing us to have this opportunity to do these kinds of things with students. They've got incredible stories, and we're just proud of them.
And Lauren's picked up some sections at FTE this year, was working a lot on the back end last year, but now is in front of students as well. So it's great to have you in that role as well.
Well, it's great to be here, and I second Natalie, and I was just all of you saying your process, and it's we are both so proud of you. And it's I feel like I have the luckiest job to be able to watch you all come up with these ideas that start as really nothing. They're just ideas in your head, and then they are these beautiful stories that you produce. And not only did you win and get recognized with the New York Times, but you have them forever, which is beautiful, and they're with your families, and it's awesome. Yeah.
Awesome. Join me in congratulations.
I just wanted to say it's hearing about the podcast that you do is always one of the highlights for me individually as a board member. And I think increasingly in the world of AI, where there's concerns of what's automated, to have an individual perspective and viewpoint, and to be able to communicate that and show why it matters and how it connects to something larger, I think is particularly important. And the sound and the storytelling of the human voice. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to have Shannon with them so she's not just standing alone, or do you want to, or would you rather be separate? Would that be easier for you on your story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can do the podcast student first, and then Shannon, but different awards, so we're recognizing differently.
First time that I'm.
How do you
I know. Like, I don't wanna walk too late. Unless you're not.
You're way more.
Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna do that, move a little bit, move a little bit this way. There's not, we can also come sort of in a circle too, and those on the end come around, because we're blocking everyone's face.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like this.
If you're gonna,
Squat.
I can't see Christina, okay, if you're gonna squat like that, okay, that's good. All right, on me, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, parents? Parents, photo. All right, we're good.
All right, the full board.
So just in the middle between Deborah and Christina.
You should make her squat for two.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, parent photo, parent photo.
We'll send it to you.
Yeah.
We'll send it to you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. No.
Thank you for coming.
Good to see you.
Was there like a few more recognitions, like something?
Just a couple others. We have Indigenous Peoples Day this month, National School Lunch Week coming up, October 13th through the 17th. The Great Washington Shakeout, which you'll be at the middle school for, coming up on Thursday. Diwali's coming up as well, celebrating starting on October 20th. And then we have School Bus Safety Week. So a lot of great things. And then finally, I think I had shared last time, it's anti-bullying or bully prevention month, as well as disability awareness month. So big month, lots to celebrate.
Thank you. Next, we're gonna have our student representatives.
All right, well, SSA, so we had our first SSA meeting yesterday, which was super fun. So on top of getting to know some of our new members, we got a bunch of new people this year. We also got a lot of really great feedback from people. So since October is Bullying Prevention Month, we did a big brainstorm on some different words and actions people are hearing in like the halls or otherwise that are harmful or kind of bullying behavior. So we got a lot of words that students hear, but we also did hear some really great feedback from students that there isn't a lot of bullying going on in our schools, which was super great to hear. Additionally, we also started brainstorming some different ideas for our project this year, so we'll probably be deciding that next meeting. Moving on to the elementary. So this year got off to an early start for in-depth science projects. One example is Ms. Pettigrew's 4th and 5th grade split class dissecting flowers to understand more about their anatomy. Interactive lessons like these are how we can build passion for specific subject areas early on and really get students excited about learning. Another example of interactive science took place at Island Park. Students in 5th grade got to partake in an experiment to develop how yeast reacts to sugar. This experiment became an easy way to demonstrate, so like higher level learning on fermentation, which is super cool.
And then as Dr. Rundle touched on, the month of October is National Bullying Prevention Month. And so at each elementary school, students have been learning lessons about what bullying looks like and how it can be recognized as well as prevented. These lessons are taught through a mix of in-classroom second step programs and school-wide assemblies. And we had the opportunity at our SSA meeting to hear about the student perspective on anti-bullying lessons. And they told us what they actually really appreciated learning, as well as some stuff that they wanted to learn more about in the future, which was really exciting. And then Miss Oliveira's 4th grade class at Northwood wrote and is writing still letters back and forth all year with residents at Aljoya, and it'll culminate in a field trip to meet each other at the end of the year. And so today, the very first letters arrived, and students are really excited about this opportunity, as well as Ms. Oliveira, and we hope Aljoya residents are too. We are really excited about this partnership.
Additionally, an educational coordinator from the Issaquah Salmon Hatchery visited 2 third-grade classrooms at Lake Ridge. Students did an activity where they drew and described what they thought was the perfect habitat for salmon. Students learned a lot about the salmon life cycle and how healthy habitat is essential for survival. Lake Ridge third graders will also be taking a trip, or took a trip to the hatchery on October 8th yesterday, which is a great opportunity.
And then on to the middle school, the IMS web program has continued strongly into this year, holding their first web leader and 6th grade activity event during Gator Time. In this event, web leaders continue to get to know their 6th grade peers through icebreakers and games, all while sharing some fun snacks and learning a little bit more about IMS and meeting some new friends. As a former web leader myself, these events are always great to hear about because it's really exciting to see programs like these that I was a part of work to improve belonging for new students at one of our schools and continue to work well doing its job. I know that I still see a lot of the IMS students who are in my web group, and there are now freshmen at the high school, and we have built relationships that have lasted through multiple years and multiple schools, and so I still get to say hi to them in the hallways, and it's awesome to see what programs like these develop into longer term.
IMS Cross Country is also still undefeated. Their last meet of the season is next Thursday, and in the meantime, they're training super hard. Throughout 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, IMS has fast runners who would dominate every 3K course they have encountered. Whether they be running at IMS, Incarnation, or going on one of their long runs around the south end of MI, we are so proud of the work our middle school runners have done, and so proud of our whole cross country program. All in all, the IMS community has been growing strongly into the new school year. IMS leadership has kept the tradition of welcoming students in from the buses before school every Friday, and the Gator has even been making special appearances. Even during routine events like fire drills, middle schoolers are finding opportunities to build community and make new friends. So we hope the rest of the first trimester goes great at IMS.
On to the high school, homecoming happened between last meeting and now, and it was a blast. It started with the homecoming parade, which was a huge success. It featured floats from all over the community, including high school sports like basketball and wrestling, as well as community groups like Sunnybeam School and an ice cream truck, which was owned by 2 Lake Ridge 5th graders. Yeah, 5th graders own an ice cream truck. I was as surprised as you guys are. Beyond that, MIHS choir, orchestra, band, cheer, drill, radio, and more were present to represent their program to our greater community and advertise only some of the amazing work they all do. Elementary school, middle school, and preschool students alike showed up to see some of the extracurricular programs at MIHS in the parade, and of course, received some candy. And so I want to extend a big thanks to MIHS PTSA, who provided a lot of the treats and volunteers for the event, making it ultimately come together so well. And that was not the only part of homecoming, because there was also the dance and assembly. As you can see on the right, that was our Grand Marshal and Staff Royal who were presented at the assembly, and they were voted on by students as beloved staff members we appreciate. Profe Parnes, a Spanish teacher on the left, and Mr. Peters, a history teacher on the right. The theme this year for the homecoming festivities was Once Upon a Homecoming, and there was lots of energy and great attendance at both the assembly and the dance, especially from the senior class. The Spirit Week had fun days like Sleeping Beauty, 3 Little Pigs as like a sort of triplet day where you got to dress up either as a pig or dress up with your friends, and a classic maroon and white day to end it off on Friday. And then during the assembly, there was a super fun staff and student soccer game in which staff and students showed off their athletic skills, as well as shout outs to the great fall sports captains, and they all got a little part of the assembly where they shouted out their senior night and talked a little bit about their sport.
Lots of field trips are also going on in the high school. Marine biology recently went sailing on the Puget Sound. They learned all about marine data collection, got to help sail the boat, and learned about what it is like to live on a boat. They also learned about plankton, microplastics, ocean acidification, and more real-life topics. AP Environmental Science also went on their annual sewage plant field trip today, which, while a bit smelly, is always a highlight of the class, teaching students about what really goes on keeping our world clean. Seniors are also currently getting lots of super helpful post-secondary help. There's tons of colleges every week visiting the school and different programs going on and opportunities to learn about the application process. The Career Hub also recently ran a 2-week-long lift-up camp for seniors that had a lot of great resources and advice to help them get their applications squared away and make sure that everything is good for them to start submitting soon.
And then beyond that, MIHS's creative arts magazine, Pegasus, earned a gold medal rating for last year's edition. They earned a 970 out of 1,000 points, giving them top marks in all 3 categories. The magazine is beautiful and definitely worth checking out if you have not yet seen it. On top of that, Mock Trial recently competed in their yearly tournament in Philadelphia, which is called Empire. They've been preparing over the summer since July with multi-weekly meetings. I've been talking to some of the members, and it was definitely, they were all collaborating often to make sure that happened, and it definitely paid off because they placed 11th at that national tournament, which is the best they've done in many years. And so we hope they have a really great season.
Drama 2 is currently working on their 12th annual playwright project, where 4 students have written original plays that their classmates are going to perform on October 14th at 7 p.m. The plays are Stab Through the Heart by Tiger Yang, Send by Wilder Gianni Upton, Tea Party by Joy Rongwa, and Big Bad Wolves by Pilar Bolsonaro. Each play is only 10 minutes long and will be directed by guest artists from Youth Theater Northwest. So we're super glad to see such our community supporting our programs and giving us these amazing opportunities. Drama is also currently gearing up for their fall play Mean Girls, which will be forming between November 13th and 15th and 20th through 22nd.
And of course, in our place in fall, it marks us being about halfway through the regular season for most fall sports, and it's going pretty well for our MIHS programs. Both girls JV and varsity soccer and girls SWIVE are undefeated, which is an amazing accomplishment. Cross country, which won state for boys and girls last year, is keeping it up and doing super well. Sofia Rodriguez recently ran the fastest 5K race in the nation so far this year for a high school girl. And senior Bodie Thomas recently broke Owen Powell's school record. Senior Claire Watson recently became one of 2 in SWIVE history by making the state cut in the 50 freestyle, 100 freestyle, 200 freestyle, and 500 freestyle, all from the same race. And that was mind-blowing.
All 3 of our SSA 9th graders also in their reports mentioned how the transition from middle school to high school grading has been kind of difficult for them. They talked about how for some people it's kind of overwhelming when the syllabus has come out and there's this transition to a new grading system they've never really seen before. So like going from that standards-based grading to ABC grading, right as they're kind of entering this new school and new environment. I also talked about how like high school's harder than middle school for them, but they don't really feel like they didn't really feel like they had to study in middle school, so now in high school when they do, it's been kind of difficult for them to gain those skills. So they feel like it would have been better for them to like have built those skills up in middle school to make the transition less stressful. That's all we have.
That's good. Very thorough, actually.
It's only a year ago we got one palace of dominant, and now.
Next up, we have public input. We have just Rob O'Callaghan.
Don't need the podium or anything.
No, just if you want to, you can sit at the table if you prefer.
I'll
Or stand.
I'll stand, I think.
I have to read you the thing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. School board meetings are business meetings of the board held in public. Public comment is an opportunity for community members to provide input on the work of the board and the district, not a time for dialogue between the board and the public. Board directors do not respond directly to public comment. However, the board's silence should not be taken as agreement or disagreement with the speaker's remarks. The board may later direct the superintendent to respond to issues raised during public comment. Public comments must adhere to the same level of civility that the board expects of itself as specified in board policies. Speakers may not use threatening or profane language in comments and may not direct individual attacks against staff, students, administrators, or board members. Please note that comments have the potential to violate the rights of others under laws protecting privacy and laws prohibiting defamation. Comments that name a district student are not permitted with permission of that student's guardian. The board president will cut off speakers who violate any of these rules. Their speaking time will be ended. Speakers should state their full name for the record at the start of their comment and their relationship to the district, if any. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to comment. If you wish to make it, okay, this doesn't apply to anyone else. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Rob O'Callaghan, a parent of 2 children in the district. I'm calling for transparency on the costs of the political messaging study being done by the consulting firm Strategies 360 and an end to the delays that hide it from the public. The August 28th school board meeting detailed Strategy 360's study to shape future bond campaigns after the April 2025 school bond failed to pass. As someone who's worked in the market research industry, I know such studies could cost anywhere between $20,000 and $100,000, depending on the scope. I would like to know what we're paying and from which budget. On October 1st, I filed a public records request for emails between district staff and the consultants to uncover this. The response, the request could be completed January 5th, 2026. A respected former school board member told me such requests should take days, not months, as only redactions of personal safety or personal information justify delays. There's no way the district would be discussing individual students with such a consultant. Washington Attorney General Nick Brown recently proposed new rules mandating timely and diligent responses to simple requests like mine, stating, officials have an obligation to uphold the spirit of the Public Records Act. This delay undermines that spirit. Our district claims that it can't afford vital academic expenses, yet funds consultants for political messaging. Could that $20,000 or $100,000 bring SAT testing to our high school, easing student access? How many teachers could it train in Origin Gillingham structured literacy to transform outcomes for students with dyslexia? I would like the district to process my requests in a reasonable time frame, disclose its strategies 360 contract cost, and adopt the Attorney General Brown's proposed rules. Prioritize our students over optics. Thank you.
Moving on to full governance process monitoring, we have staff compensation.
We have backup to partial governance. We still have a few more partial governance.
Actually, we have a bunch. 5B. 5B. No, we're not 5A because we did it.
That was levy that we did with that.
We didn't read it. Like, do we need to officially do a first reading or review it?
You can just have a discussion. You don't have to read the whole thing, but you can just need to, if you've had enough of a discussion, it will come up as a second reading at your October 23rd meeting, and that's when you'll vote. But if there's any more discussion on it, happy to.
No, okay.
Since our learning happened in study session.
Yeah.
Should we do a little brief synopsis of what did?
I mean, it's
I know.
recorded.
So maybe just saying that there was a bullet.
Yes, sorry. So there was part of the reason where everyone's saying like we already did this is because at 3:30 we had a study session that included both updates on facilities and capital assets, and then a overview of considerations related to the proposed EPNO levy for next February. So that's recorded and will be linked publicly on the website or on YouTube or whatever. Quite soon, if anybody wants to go back and get like all the details of like exactly what the levy funds and what the considerations are and what the timeline is.
And like we did with the bond, we'll have factual information only on our website, where voters can go to learn more.
Okay, check that one off then. Then B, Board Policy 1800 OE9, Communication and Support to the Board. This is the School District Improvement Plan.
All right, Assistant Superintendent Nova Williams.
Andrew, did you get the most? Go to the next one. So what we have focused on is sort of distilled it down to 3 kind of core goals in our work over the next really 4.5 years at this point. But one of those is to align our tiered instruction across the K-12 continuum. That's something that's come up quite a bit. I will explain that a bit more as we go through. Data-driven monitoring for student learning and behavior, both of those things for academic and behavior. That's part of an MTSS structure, multi-tiered system of supports. And then create inclusive learning environments for all students. Part of the process of identifying which directions we want to go and to make modifications along the way is to do a data review
of previous data. So we've pulled some data points that are part of the process we've talked about as teaching and learning. We've also talked about as an instructional leadership team. So if you could take us to that next one. These are representative of the student cohort performance over time. And so that you can see each of the grad years listed there in the graph represented by a color, and then that line representing how they performed on their 3rd grade test, their 4th grade test, their 5th grade test, so on and so forth. What we tend to see in the cohort data is actually pretty similar to what we see in the data year by year. Our students tend to grow over the course of their elementary experience, dip down in middle school, which is fairly typical across our state and country, really, and then grow from there back up. I think that the important thing to note too in part of this process is just to attend to the fact that we've altered our instructional materials throughout this series of years as well. And that of course changes some of the things that we see performance-wise for kids. So that's the ELA version. We have a math version here on the next slide. And in the math version, you can see similar trajectory, although in math, the scores tend to go down a little bit in middle school beyond kind of that initial entry into middle school. The thing to know about both of these graphics is these are taken from the state data. The state data basically counts any non-participatory student as a 0 for us. And so they count them as a non-proficient performer on our assessments. So the next couple of things that you'll see, these are going to be raw data as we go forward, and the raw data takes out those students so that we can take a look at that data.
Yeah. Can you tell us where the curriculum's changed? I mean, for like, so say
it depends on the cohorts.
Right, but like, so got it, okay.
Right, yeah.
It wasn't just like 1 year.
Yeah.
Well, different grades switched, yeah, okay.
Right, so it was
Never mind,
3
it's
years
too
ago,
complicated for me now. Yeah.
this is year 4 of our adoption process, yeah.
But the middle school is in year,
For Ed Gems.
for Ed Gems is in year
5, I think, 5 or 6, yeah. So the other thing that we get back is they've started doing this again, which is exciting. They did not do it after COVID because they have provided schools with a shortened version of Smarter Balanced. And with that shortened version, they could not do comparatives against prior years. So they couldn't do a student growth percentile for several years, and they finally returned to giving us those student growth percentiles. This is of particular import for our principals as they're looking at disaggregated data and trying to figure out what is the most appropriate direction to go and which population of students to focus more energy on. Obviously all of them, but some more than others are disparate in their performance. All right, the next couple slides, these are going to be the raw data as it appears, again, similar to what we see actually with cohort data, performance-wise. So our students trend upward in the elementaries, dip down in middle school, and then back up again as they progress into high school. Again, this is raw data, and this is just singular year. So this is non-cohort data. This is just each year for each student's grade level from last year. What we've included in part of this process now that we have fairly robust tools to measure proficiency K really 12 is we've included the early literacy piece of things that's built into our goals to try to get to 95. Statistically speaking, 95% of students should be able to read. And so we are aiming to get to that number in literacy. And so you can see that trajectory here. The gray number in this represents the percent of students who are non-proficient up to that point. What we do know about K2 is that there's a lot that happens in those 3 years of instruction as far as reading goes. In second grade, it tends to be the time when students start to get identified for special services. Usually that is when we'll start to see that happen. And then math, same graphics. These are raw data, again, non-cohort data. So this extracts the students who are non-participatory in our assessments. Again, matches fairly well with our cohort data. So we see that dip down in middle school and then back up in high school. And these are those early literacy numbers. So some of the other things that we look at, that's the quantitative piece of things, but we also want to look at how different groupings of our stakeholders feel about the school system. You're familiar with our EES data. In this, what we've pulled are some of the things that are interconnected with the work that we're doing. So, for example, my teachers find ways for me to learn things I find difficult. In this question, a big push for MTSS is really all about making sure that we have systems that will support every learner in our classrooms, not just those on one end or the other of the spectrum. So this is important to us in terms of monitoring that to see if our students are seeing those changes as we are hoping to see them as well. The number that we aim for changing in the EES is going to be that, it looks sort of lavender to me on the screen, but it's the lower, the least bright blue there between the orange and the mid blue. So those numbers are what they call in the Center for Educational Effectiveness, they call that our area of opportunity, because those are the students who put, or families or staff who put sometimes true. And so pushing them is a little easier than trying to go from getting those almost never trues to a positive outcome. So of course we're trying to aim for that as well, but sometimes true is the group that is most likely to be moved. So that's what we're aiming for. Here is a similar question, but for parents. So trying to compare those differences of what we see from staff to parents to students. And it wasn't too dissimilar actually. So this one is teachers accommodate my students' individual needs by adjusting instruction. And so again, connected to the work that we're doing as a system to try to make sure teachers have the tools that they need to be able to support our kids. This one is a staff question. Struggling students receive early intervention and additional help at this school. And this was focused, it should say staff at the top. That one's a staff question. Same idea, we're aiming to close that gap for the lightest blue. The district facilitates the alignment of curriculum across grades and schools. This has continually shown up for us on our EES data. And so as we go forward into, as of last year and this year, one of the main drives of this is to make sure that we have consistent experiences for kids across the K-12 continuum. That includes even thinking about how are we supporting students who are multilingual and ensuring that they are getting a continuum of services that is appropriate for them. How are we supporting students with IEPs and getting a continuum of services for them, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is our staff perspective of that, which is going to be the group of people who know best how that work has been happening. You know, part of the hypothesis of all of this work as we transition into structures of MTSS is to have a place where students feel comfortable and they don't feel different, they don't feel othered, they feel safe in school. And this question has a lot of baggage in it, but I enjoy coming to this school. Part of that naturally would be how they're feeling about their educational experience. So our hypothesis would be that we would see some of that grow in terms of positive outcomes for our students if we have more inclusive environments. Another student sample, my teachers help me learning by challenging me with interesting activities in class. So this number, pretty strong numbers. Again, we're aiming for that population of that lightest blue, which actually has really high numbers in this particular question. And so we want to make sure that we're providing students, again, on both ends of spectrums of learning, what they need in order to be successful. This one is an interesting one. I talked to the principals on Tuesday about this one. This school is doing a good job of preparing me to succeed in my life. What's fascinating is that the elementaries seem to feel more strongly that they're being prepared for life. We talked about how that is likely because kids just aren't attending to that as much in elementary school, and as they get older, they're naturally thinking more about next steps. So it's a little more apparent.
And this was the one, I can't remember last year if it was, I think we pointed this one out. We see our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders kind of lagging, and then our 12th graders, all of a sudden, there's a high marks for that. And so not sure if we're just not getting them, you know, they start to see themselves going to college and then they see themselves there, but we've got to kind of tease that out a little bit.
So this would have been last year's items that we had as key initiatives. So the graphics that you see there on the side, the check mark means that we have done that. They may not be named as such or what have you, but we have done those items. And then those partial pie graphs are representative of our ongoing work. So MTSS teams at the district and school levels, we have altered our superintendent's teaching and learning advisory to be more of an MTSS advisory support system. The RISE pilot program is basically an intervention or enrichment block. That's in essence what RISE stands for. Schools call it different, Wolfpack block, Eagle's Nest, those kinds of things. Universal screening is something that we have already in K-8, but we are trying to figure out what's the best methodology going forward for 9-12 and making sure that we're not testing for data that won't be helpful. We want to make sure that whatever we're asking kids to take is going to be useful to us. Evidence-based curriculum and practices, that process began last year. Like always, we are having to upgrade our curricular tools based on the schedule of when they expire, so we continue to do that. One of the things that we are starting to do is look at those secondary classrooms and making sure that we do have evidence-based practices happening in those classrooms using those curricular tools that have been designed as such. And then developing a comprehensive learning plan. So one of the things that has come up over the years is just that I think staff doesn't always feel like there's a connection between those things that are happening over the course of multiple years. And the goal in that comprehensive plan is to ensure that our staff can see the direction we're headed and how we're going to get there. Yeah. These are things that we are starting into this year. The exclamation marks represent things we have not yet completed or started entirely. Our RISE blocks, again, enrichment and intervention blocks have begun in our elementaries. Flexible grouping practices in K-12, that is not an uncommon practice already in K-5, but we last year did some work at our middle school around flexible grouping practices. This year, our high school is working with UW on inclusive practices, which will surely include some of that. The bottom part too, as well as mapping curriculum across grade levels, that's really about aligning the K-12 continuum of services. So if I am in a 5th grade classroom, there are some things that should be the same for me as any other 5th grade classroom in the district, regardless of where I am. And that work started last year as well. Oh, go back. The 3 exclamation points there, intervention resource guides, universal behavior tracking, and academic progress monitoring. Academic progress monitoring is in flux. We do have tools in reading that span really K-6 because the science around some of those tools depletes considerably or diminishes considerably as we progress through things. So we are looking for that, and math progress monitoring is particularly challenging to find. There's just simply not as much research surrounding that concept. So hoping to get some things in place there. Behavior tracking also, we have a system in place. Schools are using different things, so we want to make sure that we're able to look as a district at that data and not necessarily just thinking about it in terms of their own school systems and what's happening. And then we have started creating some intervention resource guides through our MTSS guidebook. As we go forward in the process, part of that work will be family engagement, doing fidelity checks to ensure that we are on track. We're continuing our process. We're refining as needed and making appropriate changes. Those school-based data review teams, those in some of the places already exist. And not all of them. 6-8 progress monitoring is something we are also working toward in trying to make sure that we have a way to measure the progress of our older learners who might be needing extra intervention. And then reviewing those standards, particularly when we think about standards-based grading, as referenced earlier, ensuring that we're choosing the standards that then align with the right things, and that we should see that yield show up on any outcomes assessments as well. And then, of course, as we kind of get through the process, the goal will really be to look at how we're doing, what kinds of things we need to do. We'll look at any of those curricular options to fill any gaps that we've seen, or any professional learning gaps that we might have, and make sure that we've provided some of that. 9, 12 will be the last to sort of enter into the universal screening and progress monitoring phase. Just again, by nature, there's not as much available for high school students in that way. So we want to make sure we're picking the right thing for our kids. Next one. And then once we kind of get to the last part of this, it's really going to be about making sure that we have all of the things in place so that these things can continue with or without the people in this room. And so we want to make sure that any new staff members can come on board, recognize and understand the things that we do, why we do them, have that knowledge base to be able to jump right in and feel successful. That is not something I would say we are spectacular at right now. So we definitely want to get better at that. Our MTSS framework and making things better within that concept is really the whole impetus of this plan, and continuing those professional learning plans going forward so that we've got something really comprehensive. Throughout that time, the intent is to do lots of opportunities for families to engage with the school district as a teaching and learning team. We're talking about hosting Q&A sessions. We're talking about family learning nights. We're talking about different opportunities for families to learn a bit more about the things that we're doing and to be able to ask questions and provide feedback to us. So we are talking about some of that now and hoping to begin some of that this year, but we will need to make sure we have an ongoing sustainability plan for that kind of practice. I mentioned an MTSS protocol. Again, MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Supports, which in essence is ensuring that there is a support for all students, regardless of what their need is, whether or not it's enrichment or intervention. And so we've begun this process of having some standardized language, standardized protocols, standardized expectations. And really the idea of that is to help support all of our staff members, our leaders in the building so that they're using the same language, our teachers in the building so that they have a tool that they can go to and get support as needed. So that'll be the full plan as we flush out that document. And then of course, these would be the hopeful outcomes of our aim.
And then this kind of then will set up the conversation at the next meeting when the middle school and the high school will be here with their school improvement plans. And then in November, the elementaries will be here with their plans. And so you'll start to see how each school is going about tackling elements of this. High school, the elementaries are generally in the same place with their progress. Middle school and high school in different places, and so you'll see that as they do their presentations. And I think you'll see that on Thursday, a week from today, when we're down at the middle school. They'll spend some time talking a little bit about this as well.
Yeah, any questions? Thank you so much. I keep getting to present when you're all tired.
It's only 7. Yeah. Started. So, okay, thank you for that. Our next item is also a discussion item. This is Board Policy 1800-09, Communication and Scope to the Board. It is opportunity for side-by-side review of Board Policy and Revised Procedure 3241, student discipline. Yes.
So when I say, can we take like 2-minute break?
Yes, absolutely. 3-minute break.
Good work, good work.
How about that?
Good night.
Perfect.
All right, we're back. Excellent work done by the superintendent.
That's right. All right, last meeting you approved the policy related to student discipline, but you had asked if we bring back changes that we made to the procedure. And so Assistant Superintendent Battersby has put together the side-by-side comparison, but she also prepared just a summary document that I think might be helpful, because as you can see, there's red lines everywhere, so she also prepared that. So I'll turn it over to you.
So hopefully you've all had an opportunity to read or go through the procedure update as well as sort of the one pager, but really goes back to the purpose, which is that their OSPI revised Washington's discipline rules effective July 11th, so we have to update our policies and procedures consistent with that to make sure that we align with state law and promote fair and consistent practice across all of our districts. So all the districts are going through this at sort of the same time. Our procedure will include the changes, sort of key terms. So emergency expulsion has moved back to emergency removal. It's changed back and forth a couple of times. But personally, I think emergency removal better captures what it is, because it's just a time, it's not disciplinary, even though it lives in our discipline policy. It gives us an opportunity to remove a student where we have concerns for the health and safety, and we have to either convert it to discipline within 10 days or return the student to school. So that's one move, and then they sort of change other forms of discipline to corrective action, just because it doesn't have to be disciplinary. It can be other interventions, which I think goes back to what you were referencing, Director Martinez, in our last meeting, that do we have to jump straight to discipline? No, and I think this change in language sort of captures that. We're going to corrective action, because there can be other interventions that are non-disciplinary, such as restorative conversation, classroom interventions, and other strategies that really help students support students in making pro-social choices. And then they just added updated, clarified definitions between discretionary, which is for general violations, where we have some leeway as to what type of discipline we do, versus non-discretionary, which are serious safety-related discipline. Sort of the simplest example is a weapons violation. We don't have a choice as to what we do with that. That is a removal of someone who has a firearm on campus that's a student. So a lot of the changes focus on equity and student connections. So it's grounded in belief that exclusion without support really doesn't work. So there's an emphasis on having fair and consistent practices that reduce disproportionality, but also ensure there's continued engagement in school, even if a student is removed. So that's access to your education and just general engagement. We are proposing a new discipline matrix. The matrix is in and of itself is not attached, but if you look at the procedure that was uploaded, it does identify the different types and sort of what can happen. And the types range from 1 to 6, and it's sort of grading in terms of most serious to least serious. So hopefully you saw that there. And again, that's just for transparency and to make it easier for people to understand and employ, because we want consistency, and it should help with us to continue to work on not having disproportionality. We actually do a pretty good job in our district, and we are required to report on that, just so everyone knows. And we in our district, and it's consistent with the change in state law, encourage staff, and we promote training that encourages the use of disciplinary incidents, which doesn't necessarily mean they're disciplined, but where there's transgressions or misconduct by students, as really opportunities to teach, problem solve, and restore trust and learn. So that again goes back to the concept of restorative practices, and we'd rather students learn here how to make decisions that are consistent with societal expectations, in this case, the expectations of the school community, then make those mistakes and learn that elsewhere, so that we do see them as learning opportunity for their children. And that's whether they're in high school, elementary school, or middle school. So we do hope this to be a learning opportunity. There are sort of suspension expulsions. It gives you sort of the difference between short-term and long-term. Grade level limitations, it's pretty self-explanatory, and as I said, there is this emphasis on providing educational access, and the updates to this policy really emphasizes that what you do for a 1-day or 2-day in-school suspension is gonna look different in terms of the educational services provided to students who are out for 20 days because of whatever the conduct is. So it should escalate and become more robust the more the student is out. You also see in our policy, which is something that's a little different than what was, and I didn't highlight it here. We also sort of drew a connection back to our other policy regarding special education. We highlighted that in its own little separate section. So it's clear that we have to look at manifestation because sometimes rule violations can be a manifestation of a student's disability, and that's something that we have to consider. And then we have to consider if there's different supports that are required to ensure that the student will continue to follow or will follow in the future the school's rules and expectation. And student family rights, again, it emphasizes they have to receive clear written notice of suspension or expulsions. It defines their appeal rights and just sort of what the procedural safeguards are. So that, and then we're just going to continue with training. So do we have any questions? Did I answer your questions? Yes.
And I have one question, which is, this sounds like the policy and the procedure both sound like they're dealing with like kind of the more like significant incidents. Like I've heard, and this was several years ago, about classrooms where they were having a lot of like reverse evacuations, like leaving the child in the classroom and evacuating the rest of the class for, you know, safety or kind of behavioral calmness reasons. And I'm just wondering, like, that doesn't fit into this. That's just like a classroom management technique. That's not like a disciplinary action, right? Okay.
That shows up in the restraint and isolation report that we provide you in one of theirs, in terms of, you know, that can be considered a type of isolation, restraint or isolation.
Yeah.
But even those are down quite a bit. I think you'll get a report later on, but we're continuing, to the credit of our staff, finding different ways, but that's non-disciplinary.
Right, okay, gotcha. Anybody else have questions? Judy?
So most of these changes are to comply with the new state laws, right?
Most of them are compliant with the state law, and there's also some reorganization to align us more so that our policy is more easily edited as changes are made to the laws and policy, because ours has historically been organized very differently. We didn't choose to do a wholesale change just because there's some redundancy in the WASDA policy that actually we felt our policy better addressed. But most of the changes are related to that, with the exception of some of the things that I highlighted, which are for the purposes of transparency and to ensure that those reading the policy understand, via the administrator, parents, sort of what the expectations are in terms of supporting our students with special education and that type of thing. The different categories are slightly are a little different than what is within the WASDA policy, because we have in the past had a group of parents and educators also look at what in our district would constitute different levels, and there's different things that appear on our list that may not appear on the WASDA list. It's not an exhaustive list, but you see some difference there where you should go back and look at the WASDA policy. We are proposing, or we will be bringing a group of people back together just to look at that, to make sure that it still captures what we feel is appropriate for our community at this point in time. For example, we have some different perceptions of what plagiarism versus like hacking into computer, but we may have had some different behaviors than perhaps other schools, or at least dealt with the more cutting edge technology misconduct than perhaps other districts wanted to at least put in their policy. At least that came in line with our parents and families when they were thinking about it. So. Other questions? Thank you.
So thank you for doing that. Yes. Yeah.
The summary was very good.
Yeah, the summary is very.
Yeah, it's pretty
Cross-eyed.
dense. Yeah, it's pretty dense.
That was a lot of revision.
Yeah.
Fred suggested you guys that we move item 5D to the next meeting, because we'll have more people here who can answer questions about it. Sure. Who are gonna be here for the high school, is that
Yeah.
school next time?
And we're not up against anything necessarily between now and 2 weeks.
That sounds good. Okay. Now, at last, we can get to 7A, Board Policy 1800 OE4, staff compensation. Is that also you?
That is.
Should Erin?
Should I dive in?
Go ahead.
So essentially, this is a level 1 monitoring of a week 4, which just is, considers whether or not we, it's opening up for me. Opening up for you. Whether or not we have developed compensation and benefit plans that attract and maintain the highest quality staff and reward employees consistent with the political marketplace with organizations of comparable size and type within available resource. And I would, we are suggesting that we're in compliance. That's our recommendation or determination on that. I think that's evidenced by the fact that we started the year fully staffed and continue to retain and attract quality candidates and within our available resources. And I've attached to this as well. It's on the other attachment is just links to our salary schedules, because that's something that when we last discussed it with the board had said was helpful to actually be able to go back and see those schedules. And then with respect to our benefit plans, we've been given you information. We're a little bit limited as to what we can negotiate, which I think we discussed at one of our recent study sessions, just with respect to SEB. With some of the board members there, we were discussing sort of what that is. With SEB benefits, we don't have a lot of leeway in terms of negotiation at this point anymore, so we're just consistent across the state. And we still support staff who apply for National Board Teacher Certification, so there's still funds allocated to that, and we complied with the Fair Labor Standards Act. So we would present that we're in compliance.
Yeah, this looks fine. I would, just one sort of suggestion as an individual board member going forward. I know at some points in the past, certain positions have been difficult to fill, such as bus drivers. I think what would be useful is perhaps like in a report going forward is to highlight just if there are any positions that we're having challenges fulfilling, which might be a suggestion for adjusting compensation. I mean, otherwise, at least to me, the presumption is if we can fill positions with qualified candidates, then we're doing well. Like, we are an attractive place to work, and compensation is one element of a mix of variables, but like sort of the proof is in the fact that there's not openings.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Anybody else? No. This is a monitoring report, and so we need to think about as to whether or not we find the district in compliance with this expectation.
I move that we find the district in compliance with OE4 staff compensation.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of finding the district in compliance, please say aye. Students?
Aye.
Board members?
Aye.
So 2050.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Erin. Okay, we have next to be consent agenda. Motion.
Move we approve the consent agenda as published.
Second. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Students?
Aye.
Board members?
Aye.
That's 2050. Thank you. We already have the superintendent report and announcements, so next up we have.
I just have,
Yeah.
sorry, just a
You wanna
couple
add
more.
to that? Sure.
For the meeting next Thursday, I was wondering if we could extend beyond 10:30. There are a couple of items. So next Thursday is the meeting at the middle school. I should preface it with that. I've already jumped in. Next week, we're at the middle school. We have an international trip that a middle school teacher is planning to go to France with students, and there's some timing things, and we weren't quite ready to bring it to you tonight for approval, but we do need action because it is an international trip from the board on approval on that. The other one is Strategies 360 wasn't available to come back to do their report on the 23rd, and it feels like waiting till November 13th is too long. And so I was going to suggest if we could bring Strategies 360 for an overview of their findings at that meeting. If we could extend it, then we could spend a little time on that.
You want to extend by an hour?
I would say probably an hour. The third one is that you talked about tonight, is whether or not you wanted to discuss that resolution. That might make it an hour and a half, at most, probably.
Would that be at the middle school?
At the middle school. I would propose we would stay there.
That's fine. Is that okay with people? An extra hour and a half? So going
Until
till,
noon.
Till noon.
Works for me.
I can go till noon, but not any later.
So we're,
Yeah.
okay. We will put those items on. I will for sure put the 2 items on with the Strategies 360 and the France International trip and wait for direction from you on the resolution.
Okay, and then the other item from today, by D, we'll move that to the next regular meeting.
The 23rd,
Yeah.
yes. Those are my items.
Okay, legislative report.
Legislative report, okay. It has been a busy month. We'll start with, we went, Deborah and I, to the General Assembly, what's a General Assembly? We went in person with ISAQUA. They made a kind of a region hybrid session, which was, I think, great opportunity to meet other districts and talk about our priorities. The biggest surprise there, and I have to say this, is that the national anthem was by the Mercer High School chorus. So I just want to say that that was a surprise. I was not expecting that, but it was recorded, and that's we just were very excited to hear the high school. So I had to bring it up. So it sounded great. It was hybrid, so yes. So it was pre-recorded, but we have been kind of looking for different ways to advocate, so we'll go in order. Part of the Federal Relations Network meeting, being part of this coalition with federal directors in the state, advocating for and learning what the cuts of the federal government are coming. I think that after the shutdown finishes and everything, they will put in an official kind of proposal. But so far, there's a few cuts at the federal level that will impact mostly the districts nearby us, but that will have a domino effect, I guess. And I guess for us, I think that there's only they're cutting all the budget for testing. Like that will be an absolute cut from the federal government. So that will be something that I don't know how the state will. What kind of testing? All like they have like I have it here in like for wait, I have to like they support what is 3. So sorry, wait, where am I serious? State assessments, $380 million that are coming to zero. So that's the biggest cut. The rest are very small, but when you add them all, it is significant, mostly to higher education, is where the biggest cuts are coming from the national level revenue. But it is a proposal, but everything is just there right now. So I think that maybe next month they will update what is the final. So we'll keep you updated there. Then across the districts, we are starting again a coalition between districts alongside us, the PTA, the Education Association, to create to have another town hall. This one is supposed to be a little bigger in terms of region. I think that so logistics are happening. I don't know if we don't have a date yet, but it's proposed to be the first week in January, just before the legislation starts, the session. I think that's pretty much on the town hall, right?
There's no date yet.
There's no date, yes. I think that it's yes. So yes. So it is just in the beginning process. That's it. We have been after the passage of the House Bill 2049, they did ask to form a committee in the House to start generating ideas to formulate the funding formulas. So there's a committee that will have recommendations every November for the next 3 years, I think, something like that, to the House. And Lake Washington, Bellevue, and Mercer Island have been meeting with Representative Sand, that is part of that committee, to kind of advocate for our needs and also highlighting the difference between our district and the other districts, because we do have significance. Yes.
I mean, yeah, so I guess, my 2 cents on that is the last time there was a committee and a recommendation, when I first came onto the board, it was detrimental to Mercer Island. So I think it's something that we need to monitor, to follow closely. Senator Wellman picked up the phone and was very, I think, understanding of our concerns last time, and hopefully will continue to be so. I think for there to be a centralized and strong state funding, it needs to reflect economic realities. Otherwise, you will see support in communities like ours erode. And I think that's the message.
I would say yes, we are advocating, and I think that we are a very unique type of district. We are a smaller district, small in size, but also high in our tax impact in the region, and at the same time, we are very capped at every level. So we are advocating for what we need, and I think that Fred also is in constant communication with the superintendents that are part of the committee. So we have different ways of kind of passing our message along, and we're there, like, it's been every Sunday, 2-hour meeting with her, that we're just.
Yeah, because overall, however one, slices or dices it, Washington State as a whole, our second or third highest paid teachers in the country. So then it becomes a question of allocation and making sure that it's reasonable, rather than, I think, just the conversation that we're not paying teachers enough, which would seem to be refuted by where we land nationally.
Just kind of building off, I did have a chance to talk to Superintendent Kelly Armaki from Bellevue this week. He's facilitating one of the groups. He's certainly not he's convening it, I guess, based on that. And he and I share the same sentiments around, if we're going to go to weighting of students, that could potentially be problematic for our school district, whose weights may not be as much. And so until we fully fund schools, how do we start weighting students, because we're not even fully funding to where we think we need to be. So we're having conversations, certainly, to reiterate what you're saying, Director Martinez, at the superintendent level. And I'll continue to advocate for our school.
And the other thing that I think that it has been, not only with this group, but with all the legislators, that when we're advocating to fully fund school, also means that last year they said, we gave you more for special education. Absolutely, that was a significant gain for K-12, but they cut $60 million for early education. So just reshuffling the kind of where they put the funds, if it's they take from which pocket of education just to put it in another pocket of education, is not fully funding education. Fully funding education means fully funding education. So, or at least where there will be less impact. So I think that matters to know exactly where they're taking that money, because right now we are in a deficit. So it matters, and let the legislators know that we are not okay with that trade necessarily. So it matters. So we will talk about our meeting, Deborah, with the group that we had. Kind of the insurance portion.
So Christine and I met with Fred and team.
HR and business.
HR and business about insurance costs, just to give a general idea of the impact both, it was mostly about SEB and the health insurance costs for our employees, and the impact that's having, now who knows what's, as premiums likely are gonna double, triple, quadruple. It's ever changing, but the purpose of the meeting was to get an idea of the numbers and the impact
as we prepare to try and advocate in a different way with our state insurance commissioner, who might actually do, you know, some legislation and advocacy on behalf of the constituents. So, you know, so it was just kind of building that knowledge base, getting some numbers. I think Dr. Rundle included it in his update. Did you, or did you just send it to us? With the numbers of what we've paid.
Just you, it'll be in my next update.
Okay, it will be in the next update, and the gist of it, and the huge impact is as quality of insurance goes down for our staff, the cost is going up, and we only get reimbursed according to the prototypical school model, and we staff obviously at a much higher level than the prototypical school model. We don't even get the for our employees who decline to take the insurance because they get it other ways through their spouse typically, we don't even get that credit. We're paying for them too, even though they're not taking it. So these are just all points that you know, we can let the powers that be know, like really impacts us. It's a lot of money.
Yes, yeah, and the costs are just increasing.
And they're just increasing.
So,
just looking for another way to advocate.
So, and I will say that as we submitted our priorities to WASA today.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. One of the points was insurance premiums in their advocacy, and I think that it's going to be a big one because it was not in the platform before as an ask. So I guess that says something. I think that's pretty much it. The rest are that's it. I think that's and we are also starting to. We have invited the legislators to visit our schools and have an interaction with the high school too. So visit the elementaries and the high school. So we're just waiting to hear finalize details and dates and everything with them. But it seems that everything is going in plan, and then we will communicate as we plan how will be better interaction at the high school. I think that I look forward to that. So yeah. And the students also, you're going to be supporting the forum next week, right?
Oh,
yes, the candidate forum. So the students will be, so yeah, that's part of it. That's your report. Okay, so that's the last report.
Slightly related to that is don't forget to vote for the PSESD board elections.
Yes.
The date is October 16th, so you have to vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. Board reports. Do you want to start, Deborah?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, that's
most of what I've done is ledge related, and did attend PTA council meeting yesterday. And I have like zero recollection of what we talked about. There was a lot of.
We gave a EP&O levy update. We talked a little bit just about federal funding, things that basically just a lot of things that we talked about tonight.
Yeah.
Enrollment. So.
Yeah, they're talking about, you know, they were talking about cleaning up their bylaws a lot. Have some committees that no longer meet, that are still kind of, you know, haven't been disbanded, things like that, just to kind of clean things up. And just to reiterate, I appear at that meeting as a representative of the board. I'm not on the PTA, don't have a student in the district anymore. And I just wanted to just thank everyone for their participation in hearing about the city bond. Just had the idea to bring it to the school board, mostly because I know there's been I've gotten a lot of questions in terms of what is this, and people really looking to get more information. And I felt like we were a venue where we tried to get it added onto the voters, the candidate forum, unsuccessfully. So we're just looking for a way to bring mostly information. I think and I talked about this for like a second at the
PTA council meeting, but, you know, when you really, I think because the city's focus is on public works and public safety, sometimes you need to dig a little deeper to see the impact on students and families, and I think there's a tremendous one. I think that the board has a history of endorsing local levies and bonds, and I think that our community, our parent community, appreciates that, you know, we might have a little bit more information or understanding experience, and look to people for endorsement. While I one could be opposed to the bond and vote no, but just say that it's not appropriate for us, I think is not advocating for our students. We do have a history of it. Go ahead and vote no if you don't want to endorse it. I've gone back and forth myself in terms of endorsement, whether or not it's the right time. I have ultimately personally endorsed it. And I think that it would benefit our families to hear the board's perspective. I hope that we can put it on the agenda to have a discussion about that. Even if we ultimately decide not to, I think having that discussion and having people listen to the point of view and the discussion about it is beneficial.
Okay. Besides all the other, I did attend a curriculum night, and I will have to say that I heard one of the teachers saying that they did not like curriculum night because it was one of the longest days of the year. And I totally get it. And I just want to tell the teachers that is one of my favorite times of the year, because I get to see them as teachers and to see how they interact or what they will present to my kids. So I just want to say that the effort is worth it, because we are happy parents and appreciate them staying for a very, very long day at the school. So I think that is to be said. Yes. Last Friday, Maggie, Ty, and I attended a math listening session along with PTA, some parents in the district, and some staff. Yes, some staff of the district, particularly talking about Code 32. And I did promise that I was going to bring it to the table for you to know. Some of their asks was, I think that they were discussing a little bit of mostly the transparency on the curriculum at the elementary level. Like the math pathway is very clear in middle school and high school, but not necessarily in the elementary level. And particularly comparing Code 32 and 33. But mostly it is the equity on the curriculum of both, and how does that is applied across the schools and across classrooms, right? So they did ask if the school will consider a math committee for elementaries. And
yeah, basically, I'm gonna jump in here.
Yes, and I appreciate that, because I
don't want to do
everything. And they're like,
yeah.
what else?
Their two asks were for the for kind of parity, consistency, equity between the elementary schools, because they it was well organized, and they had, you know, parents from each elementary school, like 2 parents I think from each elementary school, and they shared their own children's stories, and kids were getting some like really great, like unique kind of, you know, enrichments at one school but not at the other, or they had good enrichment last year and now this year they don't have any anymore. And so it was like consistency both between the elementary schools and then between grades, kind of as they progressed through our program. And there was something particular about like kids in the Code 32 track being able to take a place in a test.
Well, and I think
at a certain point that they right now aren't allowed to. So.
And my understanding is that if you're Code 33, you were able to, when you get to middle school, double accelerate.
Right.
While the others are not, just because they don't have a compacted curriculum in the classroom, just like the other ones. So it was more on having kind of an equal pathways into not accelerating, but mostly on compacting, having the impact is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. If I got it
That's
correct. I tried to look at
Yeah.
the notes, so.
Yeah, but there were, as you know, like staff members present, and I figured like, I assume they kind of were like gonna report back to you, and that there'd be some kind of discussion, you know, on the district level, like, I'm happy to wait and hear back from you on this, like if they're, like, I don't know what the correct point is at which to kind of present about that, but like, it was a very, like, contained ask, kind of, you know, and like they made a pretty strong case for the fact that consistency is an issue. So like I feel like Christina and I both are like curious to learn more, but we also want to give you guys time to kind of.
Yeah, I'm gonna be meeting with let's see, Nova, myself, Weston, and then one of our inclusionary practices enrichment experts, coach. We're gonna actually, we have a meeting on Monday. Schedule will begin some of the conversation. There's already the beginnings of a committee that we've already started framing that this will influence, and we'll use this information to influence that as we look at that. And yes, I heard, you know, that there, or just tangentially, you know, how do we continue to create consistency across all 4 schools while also maintaining some autonomy within the schools based on the students. And then certainly, what does it look like to make sure that all the students, as they get through the middle school, have been prepared to access the pathway that they really want to choose? Because I think we did do a lot of great work. We have 3 geometry classes versus we used to barely have 1 at the middle school. So we're getting something, how many? 4. We're up another. And then we've had more algebra. So we've done some great work. We've proven we can do that. I think we just need to have some other conversations at elementary.
And I think that is maybe the anxiety of the parent too, that also the transparency on not only is the pathway, but also knowing what does the college requires. And you've said, like, if you need an algebra, a geometry, and a calculus, like saying, like, what will the pathway be to ensure that every kid will have calculus at the end of pre-calc? Or every kid has algebra, which I know that they do. But so I think that transparency from the beginning to the end is a consistency, just like Nova was saying, like the continuum makes sense. And I think that parents, it will be easier for parents to understand the path, but from early age all the way to.
Although bearing in mind that that's not necessarily the pathway for every kid.
Absolutely,
right?
yes, but I'm saying like they're basically requirements. I'm not saying like, well, not everybody needs, I don't know,
right,
calculus, but at least those that like in core, right, careers. So just, makes it easier for the parents to see where.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where that, you know, the work that Christy Kenyon's been doing and she presented last year of helping to really, helping students to really understand, and vis-a-vis families, you know, what are the college admissions requirements and what aren't they, and what are we looking at, and what is that right track? And some students, I think a problem we had in the past was, unless you were showing a propensity towards math or a love of math by 4th and 5th grade, you weren't able to get onto an accelerated path. Conversely, you can't get off of it if all of a sudden your passions change. And that was one of the things that we really worked on with the middle school piece, is where can students then start to jump on that path, and then in high school as well. So there's a double up opportunity in middle school with the compacting. You can double up in high school when you get into some things. So trying to open up opportunities, but also trying not to just push kids in a direction they don't want to go.
And it's tough, because I also understand that in elementary, that I understand the equal opportunity once they go to middle school to have that opportunity to double accelerate if they want. And at the same time, I understand they're elementary kids and they grow at different moments in their life. So one might be ready in their grade, one might be in 4th, one might not. So it is not a simple, I also get that, but that's part of the discussion that when.
And there's a parent education piece of it too, you know, like kind of parents, what I was hearing from the parents at the listening session was, that they just really wanted to know, like, okay, my kid's getting enrichment in code 32, what is that? Is that just some work pages? Like, because if it's all just gonna be like worksheet pages, then we're probably gonna go outside the system and, you know, pay
It's
for
part of the
like,
transparency of the curriculum, but
Right.
also the consistency was across schools.
right, but it's like, they just wanna know kind of what they can count on over the years.
So,
Yeah.
so looking forward to hearing your discussion on your side.
Yeah, and we'll make sure they approve. When it doesn't get
And we can go from there.
Yeah, thank you.
That's good.
Anything else?
That was it.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah, actually no committee assignments since we last met, but I do have just a handful of thoughts that I discussed with Fred and Christina about sort of the scope and sort of future trajectory of the committee, looking at how the district handles recent allegations of sexual misconduct and what protocols and policies and expectations we will implement going forward. I guess to begin with, I mean, to quote Dylan, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Perhaps it's good that we're convening experts. On the other hand, it seems to me common sense that when a staff member, at least going forward, is put on administrative leave, after some time, there'll be a public announcement of that. That to me seems in line with what it means to have a safe and protective environment. Also, I mean, I continue to sort of hear this issue framed that it's a criminal matter, or essentially it's not a matter to the school district. And that couldn't be further from the truth. In the private sphere, in the workplace, if there's a hostile work environment that's discriminatory, and there's a pattern of behavior, that affects everyone in that environment. From those that are targeted to those who feel that they may have not been favored because they didn't meet the characteristics or they did not respond, they really weren't the target of the advances by a staff member. I've now heard troubling, credible allegations that it's not an isolated incident, but we're dealing with multiple individuals that engaged in troubling conduct, that were also seen and held themselves out as conduits to the college admissions process. And that is an issue to be addressed in the same way that it would amongst adults in a workplace, with the same level of concern. And I just want to step back for a moment and sort of reframe the conversation, which I've heard, which is essentially the statute of limitations, it's criminal. It could very well be that in terms of the allegations that have come out and maybe more that will be coming out. But it's also about an environment, and now it appears to be several individuals that have collectively taught within a department for over a half century that were important figures. And so I hope the committee going forward takes a real look at, are we providing a safe and tolerant learning environment where every student feels they belong? Are we doing our job to make sure that no one is discriminated against based upon their appearance or sexual identity? And when I hear comments that tries to reduce certain allegations to whether it's criminal or not, that seems to me to miss the point entirely.
I just have some questions on that, because I don't have, if you have information that is credible, I would certainly hope that you'd share those with me.
Oh, yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, like,
because I think
well, I mean, some are public, again, publicly released documents.
we can meet
yes,
and whatnot, but I mean, we have not, but from the way we move forward on everything, it is not up to us about the statute of limitations. You disclosed in a meeting concerns you had from your own experience, and we're working on that and investigating that, and that will probably have no statute of limitations. So I feel like we are taking information, we're taking everything seriously on things that we can act on. If you have more information, I would love to hear that so we can pursue
that. That can certainly be provided. And then separately, very different topic.
Yes. A clarifying question there, and you also just asked the committee reviews kind of the communication with the community, right?
Well, I think
Communication plan that is transparent within the recommendation of the community.
I think there's a number of things. One, in terms of what's protocol going forward, in terms of notification of the community after there's been credible allegations of sexual misconduct. I think there's questions about, is there a hostile learning environment that's discriminatory? That could be far less than sexual abuse. I mean, it can be inappropriate comments, interactions. Like, I think there's questions about conflicts of interest when it comes to the recommendation process for colleges, particularly when some of the individuals that there's concerns about were probably prolific writers of college recommendations letters.
Clarify is the communication, right? Yeah, just, I want to ensure that what we're asking is that the community also comes with communication to
the communication to the community, as well as making sure that the environment is a safe and tolerant learning environment. And then completely separately, I recommend sort of a public service announcement with the Mariners playing tomorrow a song My Oh My by Macklemore from 2012, which is about the 1995 Mariners playoff run. Has like some great radio from like David Niehaus, who was broadcasting it, and it's sort of a great piece of Mariners nostalgia.
I don't really have any prepared remarks, but none of my PAC meetings have started for the year, so I just want to repeat Christina's sentiment that curriculum night is a joy to go to. And I appreciate that it's a very long night for our teachers, and I know they do a lot of effort into it. And I want to also shout out our student reps who are keeping us entertained at the interstitial breaks of curriculum night and providing information. And all I can say is, I don't think I could pass high school neat now. I feel like it's a lot harder than it was 40 years ago. But I'm happy my kids can. And I just want to really appreciate the teachers and the hard work that they're doing, and the administrators, of course, and all the educators that go into our high schools, and all of our schools, but I can only speak to high school. It's really fun to get a little peek into the system and see how the soup is made. And I appreciate it, even knowing that it's a lot of work on the parts of everyone who pulled it together.
I think I said this at the last meeting, but middle school curriculum night was just amazing this year too. Also, I'm sure a very long day and a lot of work to set it up, but it was the best I've ever been to. So. I have nothing other than what we already talked about, so do you have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Students? Aye. Board members? Aye. That's it, we are adjourned.